defines what's happening in India? Sorry, free. Yeah, that was 65 years ago. Fear, certainly. Anything else? Sorry, foul. Okay. Fire. Okay, how about the letter fast? Fast? Anna Hazare goes on. Given the state of scams, this government wants to make a fast buck. The slowdown is happening fast. Take a look at the Olympics. It will tell you that our athletes are anything but. And competition is also happening fast. Last evening, I was in a conference with some global thinkers, and we came upon a conclusion that India has become a state of G-strings. G-strings? 2 Gs. Graft and grant. When you come across graft, you have another spate of Gs. You have the 2G, the CWG, the KG, and now, of course, with Colgate, you have a CG. And when you come to grant, you have what the Congress Party would say, a G family. Also, you have G Hazuri. But all that's changed. Suddenly, we're informed because we have a state of reforms. FDI. It's not foreign direct investment. It's fiercely debating Indians. We're always debating. And finally, we have those reforms. Retail means the farmers now, they don't suffer from malnutrition, they suffer from malnutrition. Right? Diesel is becoming expensive. It's time to switch over to Tommy Hilfiger. Right? And with the diesel brand getting more expensive, you have Kingfisher that's begun to fish for a lot of things. So we come to our third G, which Indians are known for. Guts and grit. And that becomes the epitome, the cornerstone to fight competitiveness under the aegis of strategy as well as a unique value proposition. Who better to tell us that than Dr. Amit Kapoor, a professional I've admired for several years, a man who's the honorary chairman of the Institute of Competitiveness, who's done an enormous amount of research, and if there's anybody who you'd want to compete with, is Dr. Kapoor.
Good afternoon, all of you. It's absolutely a pleasure for me to... Hello, am I audible? Good afternoon, all of you. Welcome to this great event that we are actually organizing today on the Porter Prize. In fact, all of you know about Mike Porter. Mike has been my friend, philosopher, guru, guide, and I think I've really done a lot of work in terms of what he's really propelled us to do. And today we are actually unveiling. Today we are unveiling something very interesting in the country, and that is what we call the Porter Prize. And what is the Porter Prize all about? Porter Prize is about celebrating the strategic acumen of Indian enterprises, trying to see what they're actually doing, how they're creating value, how they're actually enhancing competitiveness of the nation, how they're actually building propositions for the customer which are actually unique, how they're actually creating distinctive value. Quite interestingly, if you really look at the development that has actually happened in the country, we have actually seen emergence of some great enterprises within this country, and they've actually become global players. Today, we are actually going to be celebrating these global players. We are going to be celebrating enterprises who have done something exceptional. There is a little bit of a surprise here. We have actually 2 things today. We are actually going to be unveiling 2 awards. One of them is what we call as the IFC Mint Strategy Awards. In fact, I really need to thank Sukumar for really putting this thought in order. Sukumar, who's the editor for Mint. And then, of course, we are actually going to have the Porter Prize. So we are celebrating some unique enterprises here. You're most welcome to this place. I believe you will actually appreciate the work the Institute for Competitiveness India does in collaboration with the Institute for Strategy and Competitiveness at Harvard. We are actually talking about creating competitiveness of cities, states, country, nations, so on and so forth, and of course, enterprises. So I really welcome all of you here. I would really like to thank some of our sponsors here to begin with. I would like to thank Vipul. I would like to thank Sandeep. I would like to thank Sukumar. I would like to thank people from Exchange for Media, Anurag Batra, so on and so forth. So we would just begin the program. We're a little late, but I think we really need to catch up. So Chetan, I would actually leave the floor to you. Chetan, let's start with the first session. So that's how it is. Thank you.
All right, we'd like to call on stage now Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media, Vishesh Chandiok, National Managing Partner, Grant Thornton, Christopher Doyle, Managing Director, Dynamic Results, Vanindra Sharma, CEO, Redbus, Ashwin Nayak, CEO, Vatsalya, and Tonmoy Shingal, CEO of Metal. You know, when you're in competition, there are 3 stages which make you wondrous. The first stage is when you start out addressing competition, and that's when you see wonders happen. The second stage is when you actually start addressing competition, and that's when you make wonders happen. And finally, when competition hits you, you wonder what happened. So you've got to address that. Anurag, perhaps you're the best person to suggest that.
Thank you, Chetan. Being the first panel, we have an envious task of making sure that we start this evening well, and we make it competitive for others to follow and try and match the great panel we have, and hope that I can get the best out of them. And I really believe that competitiveness drives this growth that we are seeing in the country in spite of everything else. It's the guts of the entrepreneurs that Chetan talked about really drive. So we have a fantastic panel of entrepreneurs here, and I hope we will be honest, we will be provocative, and we will be real. We have a topic which is really in some way reverberating in all of our minds as entrepreneurs, as people who run businesses and who are some way dependent on both the macro and micro environment to flourish, think about what's happening around us. So as Vishesh said to me sometime earlier, that hopefully we'll not make it a monologue, I'll speak less and get the panelists. We'll go around and then hopefully get all of you, because I see a lot of people in the panel who are really in some way are accomplished, but I see a lot of people inside the hall which are definitely as accomplished as us or more. So your views are most welcome, your comments are most welcome. I'm sure you know all the panelists. Some of them are very famous, and one of them is going to star in a movie also soon, which one we'll tell you post the session. But let me get them to introduce themselves in a manner which is very short, Twitter-like. We'll start with you, Christopher. Whichever.
I think it's not switched on.
Christopher, Twitter-like introduction of yourself.
140 characters.
Yeah.
Great. My name is Christopher Doyle. I was a professional manager for 24 years before starting off 3 years ago on an entrepreneurial activity. So I basically run a company, a consulting company, which is a joint venture with an American consulting firm. And we've been in India now for 3 years, globally for almost 10 years. That's really it for me.
Fantastic. Vishesh, it's you.
My name is Vishesh Chandiok. I think Chetan Sharma has already introduced me and my firm in some ways. He said India belongs to Grant, and I represent a firm called Grant Thornton. And if that's already happened, then I'm not sure what's there left, but I must have done something right there.
Thank you, Vishesh.
Hi, I'm Ashwin. I run a company called Vatsalya. We run hospitals in small towns. We have 17 hospitals now in tier 2, tier 3 towns across Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh.
Hi, my name is Vanindra Sharma. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Redbus.in, which is the country's largest bus ticketing company. We sell bus tickets on internet, through call centers, through outlets, through mobile, and through DTH television.
Tanmoy?
Hi, my name is Tanmay. I'm a co-founder and CEO of a company called Metal. We are an emerging online assessment platform. So companies like Monster, Cognizant, Wipro, HCL, and companies from different sectors or of different sizes use us for their recruitment, training, assessments.
Fantastic. So you know who these entrepreneurs are. We follow 2 rules there. We'll finish in time so that we can really make sure that the Porter Prize happens on time. And second is, in some way, we did away with the customary introductions from the host for the day. In some way, it was symbolic of getting the toll down. There's no toll there because all these things delay. So in that sense, really, and I believe the entrepreneurs are the best way to describe themselves shortly. The topic, just to give it to you, some of you might not have seen the agenda. We are discussing strategy and industrial architectural shift. The idea is to understand issues pertaining to offensive and defensive action, how entrepreneurs find unique value, drive change within the industry, exploit change, and influence the balance. And we're really getting the panel to discuss 3 issues. One is, I believe we are in an era where there are seismic changes happening. So how each one of you is grappling with that to provide new direction to your company and in some way lead the industry. Second is, during these tough times, and for some of us these are tough times, I believe we're finding the defining moments of our life, of our businesses, because we are coming up with something disruptive, something which is a game changer. So some of the things that you've done or some of the things that you've observed other entrepreneurs do which have inspired you. And third, really for this audience, if there are people you admire, there are businesses you admire that you'd like to share with this audience. So we'll start with you, Tanmoy, this time.
So, when we started Metal, there were a lot of incumbent players in the online assessment space. The challenge for us to really unearth those existing sales relationships that these big incumbents had already forged, and to get those key accounts in place. So for us, this kind of strategy really worked very well for us, is where you could identify what are your strengths, and then you can play a tune where market also sings your tune. So we identified that innovation is a key driver for success for us, and that is our strength. And so we created a product which was unparalleled and not there in the market, and we pitched it to companies, and within a short span of time, we were able to get those key accounts in place. So for me, looking back and discussing about points, basically especially it is very important for a small organization to really identify their strengths and then really focus on making them the capability on which markets decide who would succeed and who would not. In terms of the people that I really admire the most, I think Steve Jobs is our hero. I mean, or my hero in that sense, because he stood for his beliefs. He really stood for what he thought the world should be using and the kind of products that should be out in the market and would be popular. And despite the weather and the wear and tear in the market, he stood for his belief and really did to Apple what he envisaged. And initially, there were not many takers to his idea, to his beliefs, but eventually he made it a success. Especially in companies like ours, where the adoption lever is to drive efficiency, cost reduction. A recession is a great environment for a company like ours to thrive in. So because our tool tends that cost reduction, time efficiency, and people efficiency in the system. So a recession really helps our business, and it has continued to do in the last couple of years. So in fact, as a very young enterprise today, we have key accounts in India in terms of assessments being used. So these were just 2 cents of mine.
When I was very young in the business school, I was told consultants always thrive, especially when the economy and the environment is not good. You're a good example of that. And really our business is to make other businesses competitive. So good opening remarks. We'll come to you.
Sure. We exist because what we do is we sell bus tickets on internet. Our story started about 6 years back when I couldn't get a bus ticket because travel agents were selling tickets out of pen and paper. So when you go to a travel agent to book a ticket, he calls a bus operator to find out if they have any seats. And that was a very manual process. And when I went to this particular travel agent, he called up 2-3 bus operators and told me there are no seats, where there were probably 30 bus operators. So I thought maybe the 3 operators that he called didn't have seats. Maybe the 6th and the 7th operator had seats. And I ended up not getting the seat. So being an engineer, I thought we could computerize the whole thing, which means when I went to a travel agent, he could probably log on to a system and then figure out which operators had a seat and then just tell me whether there is any seat in the whole city or not. So that was the solution. And then we computerized the industry, and within short period, I think after we launched our service, within 3 years, almost hundreds of bus operators across the country who we could never expect that they will use computers and high tech to sell tickets started using computers. And that's a huge change that has happened. And we exist because the existing travel agents didn't realize the power of internet. And today we are very paranoid because if the world can change this fast, within 3 years, if people who are not expected to use computers, never thought that they could use computers, can use computers, and customers, we are probably one of the highest transacted websites in the country. So if so many customers in India are coming and buying bus tickets on internet without us doing any advertisement on TV, then there's a huge change that even consumers are going through. And today we are paranoid because probably even internet is getting phased out. Today a significant amount of our revenue comes from mobile, and we don't even understand how mobile works. Another thing is in terms of advertisement on social media. Facebook was such a big thing. Being an engineer, this generation guy, I should know so much about Facebook, and as a company, we should know so much about Facebook advertisement, but I think we missed that beat. By the time we thought we should study about Facebook marketing, today Facebook is probably not a big thing, right? Maybe, I think nowadays we are getting very short cycles to adopt a technology, use it, and then get into another one before it phases out. We are very paranoid about the changes that are happening in the world, at the pace at which it's happening. Yeah.
Fantastic, Phanendra. You basically said 2 things. One, entrepreneurs create things out of paranoia. Second is really things around us are changing very fast, so we need to be more competitive. Simply put, these are the 2 things you're saying. I think you're very famous now. Your companies, you don't need to tell the audience what you do. I think all of us, we read business magazines and newspapers, so we pretty much know what Red Bus does. Ashwin, of all the panelists, you're someone who's brought affordable healthcare to a lot of people. What is commendable about what you've done is, one, in some way, the scale at which you've done it. A lot of people do it, but they do it at a very smaller scale. And second is, really, for those of you who know your plans for future, know that to you that scale is also very little. So really from that standpoint, I'd like you to talk to the audience about how you see competitiveness hampering or hindering what you do, especially the governance in the country.
Right. So if you look at the healthcare industry, when we started off, the majority of the focus was on big towns, right? Even now, I think majority of the players in the country focus on big towns, and I have a theory about this. I don't know how many of you have heard of this bank robber called Sutton. When somebody asked him, why do you rob banks? He said, that's where the money is, right? So it's obvious, there is so much demand, there is so much need for good quality healthcare services in big towns that everybody wants to go there. So, but we realized that I grew up in small towns my entire life, and my family stays there. So we realized that there is a bigger opportunity in smaller towns, and maybe something which nobody has looked into. Why can't we look at this market? That was easier said than done. There is a reason why people are not there, because it's extremely difficult for a few reasons. One is getting enough doctors. Second, building the entire team and infrastructure and other supporting ecosystem that is required to run a hospital. But some of the things that we learned along the way are amazing, just like Funny said about how people are using technology and just leapfrogging some of these things. One of the great things that we learned along the way is there are hundreds and thousands of doctors who are in small towns who have built up their practice but not able to scale up. And one trend that we are seeing is none of the doctors' children want to become doctors, which is great for us. We go and tell them, you know, you build this practice, what will happen to this later? So why don't we come in? We will bring in additional capability, management expertise, and also recruit younger doctors to come and take over. So that has really helped us to not just go and create a parallel structure, but now build on what was existing already in the town. The next phase of growth, in my mind, is to look at what else can we piggyback on. For example, we are now looking at the government infrastructure. Is there an opportunity for us to play a collaborative role? Either we can run parts of the business for the government, or some kind of PPP mode, etc. So that's another way. That's another channel that we are looking at. The biggest channel, and I think that applies to industries which operate in tier 2, tier 3 towns, is to focus on generating a pipeline of trained professionals. And I think all of us face that challenge, and that's something that we are looking at very keenly, particularly in the healthcare context.
So you're saying that going forward, talent is an issue, and talent being there or not being there can be a serious hindrance for competitiveness or being competitive. Vishesh, in some sector you're special because apart from your own company, in some way you help large corporates being competitive, in terms of auditing them, in terms of working with them in terms of risk advisory. So really, how do you see the governance climate in the country? Is it really as bad as it's made out to be, or we are being less imaginative about what we can do?
Right. I think the governance climate in the country probably needs to be divided into specific buckets. The governance climate, as far as the government is concerned.
Is it good?
I think it's out there. Everybody sees that.
Has it improved in the last 2 weeks?
I don't think
the sentiment, if not the climate.
I think we become very short-termist to want to judge things in the short term. I think we've also become very pessimistic. The way we look at things. You commented on the toll bridge earlier, and I remember how people have been cursing the toll bridge. But
I couldn't even give an excuse. I was late because there was a toll. So it's really it is a hindrance in being competitive sometimes.
Let me take you back 5 years ago. It used to take you 2 hours on a dusty road with trucks lined up behind you, not knowing how long it will take you to get to the airport. We've also seen those times. So it is a move forward. Yes, the toll could have been managed better, but it is a move forward. I heard the same thing with the power outage that happened in the north. What sort of country is this? The entire metro system comes down. Again, 10 years ago, there was no metro in this country. It's transformed the way traffic operates in this country. So I think overall, I'm not saying there aren't governance issues, there aren't infrastructure bottlenecks, there aren't financing issues that need to be fixed, but on an overall basis, the country is moving forward. We can't be short-termist, and we shouldn't get overly pessimistic. At the same time, we live in a democracy. We should speak up and question. That's how things move forward. Moving back to our own business, we're an audit tax advisory firm, and that marketplace is 50,000 audit tax firms, probably another 50,000 so-called consulting advisory firms. And for us, it was about standing for something. And we stand for helping unlock the potential for growth in our clients.
Sure.
And that eventually is about making some choices. Making a choice of the market we want to serve, which is dynamic companies. It's making a choice about how we want to service that market, which is helping those companies navigate complexity, and making a choice about the sort of people we want. People who really want to make a difference. And I think that's what strategy is. It's making choices about what you want to do, and also making choices about what you don't want to do.
What you don't want to do. Fantastic. You remind me of something that Amar Singh told me. I know Amar Singh is not a good name to say today, but I was with him at a party about 5 years back, and he said, Anurag ji, he said it to me in Hindi, let me translate it in English. He said, you're not only known by the company you keep, you're also known by the company you don't keep. That's why I don't meet Chetan that often, but I'll try to meet him more often after the session. Christopher, really you heard the 4 panelists. One of the things that they've not addressed is really companies and individuals and entrepreneurs thinking about how, in some way, Ashwin is doing it. It's adding to by having a healthier workforce, a healthier nation. He's aiding the competitiveness of the nation, right? But really, as entrepreneurs, we are always more worried about our own bottom line, our own growth. We're not thinking about how we as entrepreneurs, how we as individuals, how we as a part of the larger ecosystem can aid to the competitiveness of the nation. In your domain, in some way you work on that, right? I would like you to share some insights, some anecdotes from there.
As a firm, as a consulting firm, I'd just like to respond very quickly to what you said about change earlier. We thrive on change because as a firm, we work with our clients and their leadership teams to help them to manage change, to execute better, to achieve their business results in a dynamic environment. There are really 4 pillars to our strategy in terms of adding value and enabling the people we work with to become more competitive. And these 4 pillars work across whether the organization we're working with is an Indian multinational, a Western multinational, an Eastern multinational, or a family-run Indian business. So we work, our smallest client would be about 20 crores, and our largest client is worth billions of dollars. And I'm talking about India. Globally, also, we have a very diverse set of clients. So I think as entrepreneurs, one of the things which we focus on in consulting is it's not just about advising our clients on what to do. In fact, we try and stay away from that. So the first pillar of our strategy is really distinctive intellectual property. We have tried and tested methods. Our parent company has been around for over 10 years globally. In India, now in 3 years, we've modified some of that IP for Indian conditions because the cultural and business environment is different.
Chris is saying come to him after the session and give him some business. But yeah, I'm sure you can do that. But Chris,
yeah. When we look at how we add to competitiveness, it's about innovating and helping our clients to innovate so that they can kill their competition.
Are you seeing entrepreneurs in some serious manner doing things that really add to the competitiveness of the nation? You know, have you seen, because really in that sense, if they are the leaders in a domain or they are the ones who are leading that domain, then they tend to benefit in that sense.
So some of the entrepreneurs we work with, especially the small and medium-sized firms, it's very interesting. They are facing a scenario where there's very rapid growth. It is their economic value added which is going to add to the competitiveness of the nation as a whole. But they suffer from a lot of constraints today. They are unable to manage change. Most of them are family-run businesses in transit, where the older generation is giving way to the new. There are conflicts which are happening over there because the older generation is more conservative. The younger generation typically wants to get into equity funding and venture capitalists rather than debt, which is where the older generation was. Right. So there's a lot of conflict happening over there, and that is one area where I think a lot of competitiveness can be added as a nation.
Yeah. See, all of you in some way are unlocking value, either in your own businesses or the ecosystem that you work with, right? And strategy's role is to unlock value, is to enhance value. I would like you to give one example, and you know, where really you've seen strategy helping and unlocking value. It could be your own company. Ideally, it should be a company outside your own company. I'd like you to give one example. Vishesh, we can start with you since you work with a lot of companies.
There are several examples. Let me just think about, one example. Why don't you start with whoever's ready.
I would just like to talk about a macro example as such, where, somewhere in the discussion we mentioned, how can we as a country become more competitive? So if we, let's say, contrast our country with, let's say, the more developed world like the United States, I think, where we are trending is not so a good scenario, wherein, for the generations to come to think the right things, to really address the right issues, they have to have the right role models. So, if we fail to create the right role models for the young generation, if, let's say, we do not create those successful entrepreneurs in India or successful technologists or successful scientists in India, but only successful, let's say, politicians, or only successful industrialists which are tainted, I mean, in terms of their image. The young generation is going to get an image that maybe it is right to, let's say, resort to non-ethical means and measures to become successful. So, you know, we as a country, or, you know, so somewhere there has to be an intervention where the young generation has to really think about that these are the clean role models that I have, and they need to be aspired to become one of those.
No, I don't know whether he's in the room. I agree with you that we need role models because really all of us look up to someone. I don't know if Deep Kalra is in the room. I used to work with Deep. I was able to fool him and he hired me once. He hasn't hired me since then. But so there are, I mean, I'm just taking Deep's name because I know him. I think there are enough role models. Your point is right, but I think there are enough role models.
One company that I think has been sort of inspiration for us is Indigo Airlines. Right? I think
fantastic.
They have really sort of focused on the right need of the customer and focused on something that we all knew, which was important, right? And made a unique sort of positioning for themselves. I think there are many opportunities, and what Funny is doing is phenomenal. I find a lot of inspiration. We have a common investor, so I'm always under pressure to do what. But I think that's the kind of sort of companies we all aspire to sort of get inspiration from.
You know, when you first asked me the question, the airline industry is the one that came to mind, and I didn't want to straight away jump to Indigo. But actually, if you look at that industry from '91 when Jet first came into business, each one of them have taken a space for themselves and redefined the quality of service and the product, and that's what a new player in a market needs to do. I think even when Kingfisher came in, it did the same. Right. And then Indigo came in, and it had to choose a new place to be. What Indigo has done exceptionally well is how well they've differentiated themselves in every aspect of their business. Right. The announcements they make, the advertisements, the food, the food, its packaging, the steps you take to get up to the aircraft.
On-time delivery.
But the one example, the other example I wanted to give, and it goes back to Christopher's point of unlocking value, was also perhaps Ranbaxy Laboratories. Realizing, at a particular time in your life cycle in a business, where for the business, the current promoter family may not have the means to take that business forward. It's not in the business's interest, and therefore, for the family to maximize value,
fantastic,
and for the business to be in the hands of a larger multinational. I think that's also set a trend. If you've seen that, promoters are no longer considering shares of companies as their family silver, but quite happy to unlock value and deploy that elsewhere.
Fantastic. Christopher?
So I'd like to talk about a company who we don't work with, but I see it as a role model for a lot of the organizations we do work with. And I don't know how many of you have heard of this company called Polyplex Corporation. They're into polyester films. They're, I think, the third largest.
Sector 2.
That's right. The chairman, Sanjeev, is a very good friend of mine. And I've watched this company grow. And it's a real role model because the manner in which, it's not just about strategy. This is a very non-glamorous industry. How do you attract and retain high-quality talent? But he does. He's got MBAs from the IIMs who've been working for the last 20 years, who are now running the company for him. He's got good professional talent in there. And he allows them to run the company, which is the key thing. In a family-run, owner-driven business, it's very rare to see that happening. He's unlocked a huge amount of value for the stakeholders in his firm through this process and reached a stage where he's a hands-off chairman. The organization is growing so rapidly. They've made acquisitions over the last few years. They are operating in, I think, 5 countries across the world. And it's a very basic, it's not a glamorous industry. It's not something which excites everyone, but they've done it.
And you're competing with very large corporations in the domain that they are. Fantastic. Since, as I said, we'd like to make it interesting and interacting, we'd like some questions. And if you have any questions, any suggestions, any comments, can we get mics around the table? I think Chetan is saying we must wrap up on time. And we will. I was looking at you to get a clue. So we'll wrap up. I'll sum up quickly. We are only the sideshow to the awards. Really, the real hero of today is the awards, the Porter Prize, and the IF Institute of Competitiveness and Mint Awards. Closing quick 10-second comments on competitiveness of the country. I'm these days tend to think more of the country than individuals and corporations, and I'm not going to get into politics, I promise you. So, Chris, quick comment.
As far as the competitiveness of the country is concerned, India has a lot going for it, but there are a lot of structural bottlenecks which are impeding competitiveness. And again, I don't want to get into politics, but if those are not addressed, then competitiveness will be affected in the future.
Vishesh?
India's competitiveness is its entrepreneurs and their ability to take risk, their ability to deploy their human capital. But again, entirely agree. India needs to address the regulatory bottlenecks, the policy bottlenecks, the compliance framework that every entrepreneur needs to struggle with.
Consistency in policy.
They can make a success of their business a lot better if all those bottlenecks were dealt with for them.
Ashwin?
I think the key is to really foster entrepreneurship, like he said, and not only just individual entrepreneurship, but the ecosystem. Some of the things that I've been personally involved in, things like Action for India, to identify 100 enterprises which are very early stage and can be mentored and grown to and which have significant social impact.
But that's happening to a large extent.
Right.
In terms of country's competitiveness, I mean, I can talk about a personal story and a personal experience. So after we started this, we've been getting a lot of mails from various countries saying, oh, we also have buses, but we don't have an internet-based bus booking site, even from countries like US and Europe and etc. and all that. And one of the countries that we get a mail most often is Malaysia. So I was going to Singapore and then said, okay, Malaysia is just a bus ride from there, and then happy to go to Malaysia and then spend some time with bus operators there, touring from one end to another end, meeting bus operators, travel agents. And I also came across an entrepreneur who was doing the Red Bus of Malaysia. So he was trying to put together software, the software for bus operator and to the customer there. And when I was talking to him, so we were exchanging notes. I was saying, okay, we create this on Java stack and we do this kind of analytics, ABC, XYZ, we are on the cloud and etc. and all. And then one thing that, at the end of that conversation, one thing that he said is the fact that you're spending so much time in Malaysia means that you are interested in coming to Malaysia. I said, yeah, someday, but not now. Then he said, for the friendship that, for the time that we spent now, you must do me a favor. I said, what is that? He said, whenever you plan to come to Malaysia, the first thing that you must do is to acquire me rather than compete with me. Then I asked him, why is that? I mean, you have you are starting much ahead of us, so you should be much better placed. He said, no, the kind of technologies that you're building, the whole of Malaysia, the population is probably about 22 million. And in India, just the Mumbai's and suburbs population is about 20 odd million. He said, even if everybody in Malaysia comes and books bus tickets with me, I will never earn enough to build technologies like yours. And what differentiates really is that insights and that analytics as to which bus is going where, what is occupancy, where should he route the bus, which direction should he go, and etc. and all that. He said that is what makes the difference. So when you come here, I'm out of my business. So I think being in India, as an Indian entrepreneur, I think just the population of India is such a blessing at times, right? Even in the US, there are very few buses, so I think the technologies can be taken to US, and no US entrepreneur will be able to compete with us. So that's a personal story.
And more quickly, before Chetan hits me.
So I would say, let's say cleaner and more transparent governance. And India as a country relies so much about, let's say, skilled manpower, which is also cost effective. In order to compete really on that strength of India, it has to really innovate in solutions to make education more viable, more large scale and more competitive.
Thank you, Tanmoy. I'd like the audience to give a big round of applause to our panelists.
I'd also like Wahid to come up on stage, please. Wahid to felicitate the guests. We have one final round of applause for our very esteemed guests. Okay, we're completely out of time, so I'd request, before any wisecracks, our next panel to come on stage. Shondeep Das, Director ASL and CEO Maxis Communication. Venkatesh Valluri, Chairman President Ingersoll Rand. Sunanda Sharma, Country President Alstom. Amitabh Chaudhary, CEO HDFC Life. Rana Kapoor, MD and CEO of Yes Bank. And an editor, a personal favorite, somebody I respect a lot, Shukumar Ranganathan, editor of Mint. Okay, while they're making up, a quick question. How many of you play the stock markets? How many of you play the stock markets? How many of you don't play the stock markets? How many of you do nothing? Okay, how many of you don't play the stock markets? Good to know there's some rich people out here. I had the fortune of being invited, in fact chosen to interview Warren Buffett in his first live interview in Delhi, in India for that matter. And I started by asking him a simple question, and that is that the first question, how do you make a capital of 1 million in the stock markets? How do you make a capital of 1 million in the stock markets? Mr. Buffett's reply, start with a capital of 2 million. His question then, what's the long-term investment in the capital markets? What's the long-term investment in the capital markets? My answer, a short-term investment that's gone bad. If you hold on to it, it becomes a long-term investment. That's the stock markets. But in terms of strategy, it's a long-term strategy that makes a short-run strategy look bad. And that's where you've got to use trade-offs. A trade-off in the stock market is something that gets you off the market, but as a strategy and a choice, it's something that puts you there. It makes you address the 4 Ps in strategy, which would mean price, a product, service, position, perception, and finally the principal, competitor. Those are all the cards that you've got to master. For everything else, there's a MasterCard. Right? Shukumar, all yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No? Okay, I guess I'll have to use. Okay, I don't think we have too much time, so I'm going to get right into it. Most of you know all the people on stage. If you don't, you'll get to know them as we go down this panel. We're going to be talking about trade-offs. And you know, trade-offs are very, very important when you're talking about strategy. Especially because, you know, you don't operate in an environment where you're usually the only company doing something. It's usually an environment where there are lots of other companies. If you're lucky, you'd be the first comer. If you're not, which is usually the case, you'd be number 2 or number 3 or number 4. So you'll have to do something different. You will have to trade off between various things. You'll have to trade off between scale and focus in some case. You'll have to trade off between cost and differentiation in some cases. So we have a very interesting group of people here on stage, and I'm going to start off by asking them to speak specifically about trade-offs. Now, the caveat here is we are speaking about desirable trade-offs. We are not speaking about undesirable trade-offs. You know, an undesirable trade-off would be ethics for profits, for instance. So, you know, we're not going to go down that road. But we're going to speak about trade-offs that you think you've done successfully in your own businesses. And we have some very, very interesting businesses here. We've got Telecom, we've got power equipment, we've got insurance. So, and in each one of these businesses, the interesting thing is there has been, what can I say, fairly exacting competition for each one of these companies. For instance, Aircel was a late entrant into a business where There were a lot of almost monolithic behemoths which were in place. Life insurance, again, you had the Life Insurance Corporation of India, which pretty much set the tone, defined the market for a long period of time. Power equipment, you have BHEL, which calls the shots pretty much. They want a duty levied against someone, they can get it done, which is how it works. So it'd be interesting to get your perspective. I'd like Sandeep to start off because this is a bias. I used to cover telecom at some point in time, so I'm going to ask Sandeep to start off. Sandeep.
I know how Virendra Sehwag feels opening the account. I was just thinking while you were talking that somebody mentioned to me that when you have been married for too long, the husbands and wives start looking similar after a while. Can you imagine after 23 years what my wife would be dreading? And the reason I say that is because if you look at the 14-odd telcos across, we probably started looking like each other in a way. So when Aircel started, we were a mom-and-pop operation, and there were obviously behemoths in the business. And there was very little space in the market. And one of the first things that you do is to see where you can position yourself. And we clearly had a disadvantage. We didn't have a base, and we had spectrum, which was invaluable. It was empty because there was nobody subscribing to it. And we knew that we were in the cusp of the transition between voice and data. And we also knew that we were facing a new India where it was the first day of another 350 million data users to come. More than half the population of the country was below the age of 25, which are youngsters. And so we decided that for us, the strategy was going to be data. And which is why we positioned ourselves as the pocket internet company, which was something which was very easily understood by everybody, but very clearly positioned ourselves as pocket internet. Obviously, the trade-offs were to let go some of the traditional forms of the business, which is everybody buys a phone first for voice. And we decided that on the voice side of the business, we did not have enough competence or enough of perception that we could deal with some of the larger players, which is why we honed in very clearly in the area of data. And we started building competencies around data itself, which is a product a week, and started trading with data products. And that was one of the areas where we found that we were able to move very, very quickly. So for us, that was perhaps the largest trade-off we had to make in terms of toning down a large part of the brick-and-mortar distribution. We knew that we would not be able to match the might of some of the bigger players. We didn't have the momentum. We didn't have the scale. And that was very, very important, particularly for Aircel.
Thanks, Sandeep. You started off with a Sehwag analogy, but his own company uses Dhoni as an endorser, so we know where his loyalties really lie. I'd like to move to a business which is very, very far removed from telecom now, which is, what we would like to call industrials, Ingersoll Rand. So it would be interesting to get your perspective of the trade-offs that you've made, because again, as it's one of those industries which is at the core of most manufacturing activity that happens, and it's also not one of those industries which is in the forefront. It's at the core, but it's not in the public eye. So what kind of trade-offs have you had to make?
Thank you. So as you said, it's one of those old manufacturing, boring industries which is really behind. So I take that. But really, I probably differ with the word trade-off over here, because it's not about trading off now, especially for an industrial company like Ingersoll Rand. I think we're moving into an era where you have a certain technology, you have a certain competency, but how do you actually expand your opportunity using that technology or competency? And you can't do it all by yourself, because you can't be good at everything. There is a certain domain in which you operate. But the only way then you actually start expanding is what we define, at least internally in our company, is called as convergence. How can we actually build a sense of business convergence or a technology convergence with a variety of industries? to give you an example, what we would be doing is actually looking at the technology, the engineering competency, what we have, and we will look at converging technologies or business practices with other enterprises and actually creating markets instead of saying, let's go and take a certain share of the market in which we play. So our approach has completely changed over the last few years of not talking about trade-offs as such of what I should do compared to what I should not do, but what I can do more by actually converging strategies with other enterprises and actually redefining the market where we can play together and actually get much more synergies. Similarly, the second thing what we have started doing is actually no longer doing what we would typically define in a large engineering company is hiring people and creating managers or management cadres. But we are now beginning to say that how do we create actually entrepreneurs? How do we hire people and actually make them entrepreneurs who can create new markets? So really when you say the word trade-off, for us really means completely different. Is as we move into the new era, two things we really see. Create markets, don't define market shares, play in a market which has never been there, but to actually create those markets, partner, collaborate, converge technologies, business practices, and actually create entrepreneurs who can actually redo that. So that's the way we look at it instead of saying, let's trade off one against the other, but really create much bigger pies.
I'm glad you brought that up because, when I first saw the topic, I had a little bit of issue with the word trade-off because I think at least in the Indian context, the word trade-off comes with a slightly negative connotation. But I think for the purposes of this discussion, we'll just assume that trade-off is a nice positive halo around it. And what you've said is in some ways, I wouldn't call it so much as trade-off as choices. Instead of doing it yourself, you're opting for the network effect. So you have a larger market, and then you can benefit from the skills and expertise of another company, so you can tap that particular market. And rather than doing it yourself, you encourage other people to do it. So I think it's in some ways, when we say trade-off in this topic, I think we mean the kind of choices that you really have to make. And I think a lot of companies, especially companies, not so much yours, because your company has been around forever. I think when I was in engineering school many moons ago, it was still hiring from engineering school. So your company's been around forever, but at least Aircel and HDFC Life and to a large extent Mint, the brand that I represent, are all latecomers. So for us, I think it's a question of those choices that we had to make. HDFC. Again, need to say very little. LIC was there, and LIC was like, this behemoth, pretty much defined industry practices, products, because I still remember the first wave of products that the private companies all came out with were quite similar to what LIC had. And then there's also this huge regulatory thing that happens. The regulator wants to be independent, but unfortunately your definition of products is very strongly conditioned by what the monopoly until then has been offering. So you tend to view everything from that perspective. So what kind of trade-offs, or with a doff of the hat to Venkatesh, choices did you really have to do?
Well, thanks a lot for the opportunity. LIC is still very much there. They still have 65% market share. And I represent an industry which is known world over for its mis-selling and malpractices. So, we come with a very, honorable background. So when the moment I talk about the fact that, we are, the insurance industry worldwide is seen as something which is pushing a product and pushing the product for the sake of selling, immediately comes the first trade-off or the first choice which you need to make. Because especially in our industry where you sell products which are 15, 20, 25 years, kind of the tenure of the product is that long, you can get away by doing things in the short term and completely forget about the long term, because the impact of what you're doing from a customer perspective or a shareholder perspective will be felt 10, 15 years later. And I see that all around in India, especially where I see most of the competition doing a lot of things for the short term and really not thinking about the long term. And since the private side of the life insurance in India is only 12 years old, I think some of those things will come to roost in the next 5 to 10 years. So that's the first very important choice we make. Are we going after the short term? Are we going to sell things where the customer will realize what they were sold 10 years later? Or are we selling something which is for the long term? And that's where I think the second choice comes, where you almost have to say, and quoting old scriptures, it's like almost neti neti. What you will not do is very, very important, rather than saying what will I do. And I think that's a very important choice I think we make in financial services. There are some things which we will do, and even more importantly, there are some things which we will not do. And this is about practices, processes, products, how do you sell to the customer. I think it's a very important strategic choice. It comes with a huge pain in the short term. All of us in the companies are judged more in the short term. But saying what not to do is, I think, very, very important. Another thing which, at least, because I worked in financial services before, then I went to technology side for some time, and then I came to insurance. A lot of people come with biases. You're always told when you join a company, this is the way it is done here. This is the way it has been done in the past. And LIC you talked about, was a good example of that. And being new to the industry, you can ask stupid questions and say, why not differently? And I know people talked about the system 1, system 2 thinking. And so we work very hard, I think, in HDFC Life to take out some of those biases. The gut feel where people say, this is the way it is sold. And frankly, none of the models is proved out there. LIC had a model, very successful model. But I think the way the world is moving, the way the technology is moving, the way the customer is moving, I think some of those models might not survive in the long term. So it is very, very important to kind of question the obvious or question what is being done already. And one thing, especially in India, where technology is moving rapidly, environment is volatile, regulator is after us. He gave us a dressing down just last week about how we are not very good. I think a very important strategy for us has been rapid experimentation. We believe that there are enough new models out there which can be tested, which have not been proven, and if you have the ability to experiment rapidly, and actually obviously decide what that experimentation is going to lead and should lead to, and close it down if it's not working, I think that's a great strategy to have, because you are experimenting with a new model. You obviously are backing it up with the right process and stuff like that. And if it works, very good. If it does not, then you kind of move on from there. And that's the only way, I think, when you have a behemoth which owns 65% market share, to actually take something away from them. I think he mentioned something similar. They experiment with pocket internet and they went after it and it worked. I think we have experimented in a number of ways in a very small way, and some of them have worked and some of them have not. What has not worked, we have closed down. What has worked, we are expanding. So I think that will be another kind of, I'll try to bring out that in our desire for a choice, I think rapid experimentation is also a choice in an environment like India.
Thank you. I think it's a very valid point, because this whole concept of failing fast and failing often, I think a lot of established companies are very, very hesitant to do it, because failure is still a bad word. So they don't want to do it. But like you said, especially for a new market, for a new player in a market which is still evolving, rapid experimentation is really the key. If you're a multinational in India, and as Tom is, trade-offs go to an entirely different level, right? Because apart from all the things you'll have to balance here, you're also part of a larger whole. So there are trade-offs to be made between the extent to which you want to remain global and the extent to which you want to look at specific market needs. So from your experience, what kind of trade-offs have worked for you?
Well, thank you very much. Ours, as you said, ours is a global company operating in 100 countries, but imagine this, with a near-death experience in 2002, 2003, bankruptcy, and then selling pieces of the business, recovery, discovering very quickly that there are new competitors emerging in markets such as China, and the ones in India, which are government-owned, have also strengthened themselves. Within that, the opening of an economy, and not as if that isn't exciting enough, you hit with 2008, the meltdown, your traditional markets becoming half their normal size, and then the company turning to far markets like China and India saying, can you please pick up the slack? And slack pickup for heavy engineering is not something you do overnight like marketing maybe telecoms or selling insurance policies. It's about very large factories being built in time, and then beginning to serve a market which has been shut down for you because of historical reasons for 30 or 40 years. And I think that has been our biggest challenge. Biggest challenge being re-entry into a market which was shut out to you, recovery from what I described as a near-death experience, and then beginning to serve in an area which is largely business to government or business to business, and in very, very large ticket order intakes. Hundreds of millions of euro, that's hundreds of crores per item. So the worry factor for us when we do these things and which we manage and which has really been the challenge for the last 4 or 5 years is, like an elephant dancing on a dime and trying to figure out whether this market will remain with consistency when you're making all that money sunk into new capex, and will the consistency remain, and then the bad news follows in terms of, somebody else mentioned about the coal issue, etc. If fuel lines get choked, my customer suffers, I suffer alongside. How do you survive that? And how do you survive also a shrinking Chinese market where the traditional players who were serving internally have now decided to go aggressively out? These are the things which we think about, and these are the things which we respond to in the actions and the decisions we make.
Thanks, Sunan. I have two choices before me. One is really to carry on the conversation for much longer because I think it's an excellent panel. There are some interesting points. The other, but I can trade off and say we also want to close on time because there is an issue. So I'm going to ask each one of you as a summation to just, in 10 seconds, tell me one trade-off that you think your company will never make and why you won't make it. And then we'll throw it open because I think we have a good audience here. We need to get 2-3 questions and we can close. Right. Why don't we start with you, Venkatesh?
I don't think so. Never is a never. I don't believe that in the current circumstances or in the current domains, you can say that you'll never trade off with anything. But I think one thing we will be very clear is that we will ensure, at least from our perspective, is to ascertain that our approach to market will always be in terms of creating larger markets in emerging economies as opposed to what you typically do in developed world. And to create markets in emerging economies, we will continue to look at choices we'll make on partnerships, on creating entrepreneurs, and creating much larger pies, as opposed to just kind of going after a very, very small market share and saying, we gain 2 points. I think that to us is a larger game rather than, just trying to take away, a couple of percentage points.
Amit?
Well, I represent a brand which is known in India for its, ethical behavior, transparency, trust. I don't think that can ever be traded. So we are never going to do anything which will be in a trade-off on the value of the brand which we have created, which our parent has worked very hard to create at any cost. So, that's the message I get from the board all the time. Don't do anything which is going to impact the brand. So I think that is not a trade-off you're going to live with.
Good point. Yeah. Sandeep?
I kind of agree with Amitabh that no matter what happens, you would never trade off the values that you bring to your brand and your company. And the other thing that we would probably, given the horizon that we're looking at, which is medium term, we would certainly never trade off our positioning on data as such. I'm sorry, I'm going to take 5 seconds more.
No, sure.
I want to reinforce some of the things that Amitabh said, and I think it's very critical, which is why I slightly disagree with the non-usage of the term trade-off. Which is, yes, choices are there, but when you are a new entrant and you're looking at a vast market and you have no revenues, it's very hard for a company to let go of revenue pies that are available in the market, no matter how small. And that's when you walk away. And that's where leadership is required in strategic thinking, to be able to lead your troops towards some place where, of course, they won't go on their own, but also to tell them to stay away from some things. And that's why I completely agree with Amitabh. I think when you walk away from some things, that's the trade-off. And it's very, very critical in strategic thinking. And you have to constantly reevaluate, particularly in businesses like us, where you're, like a cat on a hot tin roof, which is your business is changing. 15 years ago, mobile was about freedom of movement. Now, we gave internet a new lease of life, and I think the gentleman mentioned a little while earlier that he doesn't even know how mobile gives him so much of benefits. So we don't know what's waiting for us. 3 years back, when we were making our business plans in November 2008, there were 2 things we couldn't predict. One is there would be an economic recession, and second, there would be something called an Apple iPhone. And we don't know what's brewing and what's going to change the world going forward. So we have to make those strategic, we have to do the tightrope walking and make those strategic choices. And it's always very, very seductive to go and look at these revenue pies, but you have to walk away because of your own competence.
Great point. Walking away.
Well, unlike the businesses just mentioned, ours there's a sense of predictability. I mean, coal will be king, and people may not like it, but it will be in this country for the next 50 or 60 years. It is just an inevitability. Heavy engineering. Our linkages with our customers commence at the commencement of the order intake, and then they likely be handhold for periods as long as 25 to 30 years, sometimes even 40 years. So there cannot be anything else but a bond which is created between us and our customer. And there cannot be any question of a trade-off and a walk away from that relationship, from the customer point of view, from that relationship. And this is very, very long-term, and it's a very unusual set of business, and you have actually very few people in the world who actually still remain in that. We are 100 years old in this country, and God knows how long we will still be around.
Thank you. We have time for exactly 2 questions, and when I say questions, I mean questions. So if you have comments, you can share them later. I'd be happy to hear you out. So if you have questions, if you just raise your hands, we'll get a mic to you. No one has any questions? Great. I think you've just wowed them with your brilliance, right? No questions. Thank you very much. Chetan, we are done. 3 minutes ahead of time.
Right. Well, thank you very much. We'd like Praveen Nigam, CEO of Amplus, to please come up and felicitate our audience.
That was...
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It was a pleasure hearing you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Another round of applause for our very esteemed guests. Thank you very much. All right, our next panel, Anu Prakash, MD, Harley-Davidson, India. Vipul Shah, Chairman, CEO, President, Dow Chemicals. Ashwini Singla, MD, CEO, Pension, Berland. Carl Andret, MD, Spera. Ganesh Natarajan, Vice Chairman and CEO of Zensar. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming. All right. All right, before our next discussion, Amit, you got something to say? Amit's got something very exciting of a report called Edging Past. It's about tools that you can use to fool competition.
Thanks, Manav. Something very interesting I thought I should share with you. We have actually done some remarkable research while we were actually going through this price process. In fact, when you really look at this whole thing, we received close to about 110 applications for the first year. We actually try to understand how the companies are performing across the board, how they're actually beating the industry standards. And then we actually shortlisted 28 firms across the country. And if you really look at these 28 firms, they're an exceptional set of firms who have actually done great business. They've actually created business models which are unique. It actually talks about firms across the board, from a very unique boutique firm from, say, Nathan Consulting, to a fairly big enterprise like, say, ICICI, HDFC, and so on and so forth. So it's a remarkable research which talks about how companies create competitive advantage for themselves. And for this, I really have to thank one individual here, and that is Vipul Shah. Vipul is here, in fact, who enabled this research for us. In fact, we have done two things. So there is actually a very impressive, book or a coffee table book that we actually release in the evening today at 8:30, which is about celebration of winners of the Porter Prize for the year 2012. So you would actually get your copies as we move out, but then we'll have to keep the suspense on for a little bit more in terms of what it is all about. But it's actually some amazing research work that has actually happened, and I would like to thank two individuals here who really helped me put this all together. For my the Edging Past report, which is a kind of a benchmarking thing in terms of how competitive advantage gets created, it was actually done with the help of Sandeep Singh, who's my colleague. He's at the back. Sandeep, he's waving his hand. In fact, he's the CEO for a company called Remorphing. And then I also have to thank Preeti Goyal. She's there, and I think she really helped us edit the work that we had actually done. And I think she was an exceptional help. Because we were able to really put it all together in less than about 10 days in terms of editing and so on and so forth. So she was an exceptional help. I'm not too sure if she would have actually been able to do it without Sanjay, who's also sitting there, but then Sanjay was an amazing help here. So I would suggest that this is amazing research. You should actually go through it. This actually sets the gold standard of how really things need to be done. In terms of, say, the prize process, as I was saying, it was fairly robust. We started looking at what we call as the 28 firms, and the jury actually started discussing. We actually did interviews and interactions of what we call as the strategy audit, and we did the strategy audit across the firms, across 28 of them, and then we actually looked at the jury process. Jury process was fairly engaging. In fact, after the whole jury process, when we got the insights, it was Mike and me who actually sat down, and then we said, okay, now these are going to be the eventual people who are actually going to get it. So this is where we were able to get it, and so we would actually unveil the whole process once we actually have the minister here at about 7:30. Sure, so Chetan, the floor.
Thank you very much, Amit. All right, I'll take 2 more minutes in case you're wondering why, because you've got to set up that table. They say it takes a lot of noise, more noise than me. Okay, I heard one comment which is very intriguing in the panel discussion, I think the one before last, which said that I need to do this to kill competition. The question, do we really need to kill competition? After all, there's something called healthy competition, which motivates us. So perhaps we can blunt competition, we can beat them, but not necessarily kill them or finish them. Finish brings me to the English language. Another question. What do we journalists do? Just ask questions. What's the difference between finish and complete? Anybody? If you know the answer, don't say it. What's the difference between finish and complete? Sounds similar, right? Okay. Nobody? Good. If you're in a good marriage, you're complete. If you're in a bad marriage, you're finished. And if your wife gets to know that you feel you're in a bad marriage, you're completely finished. Now, in terms of competitiveness, if you're very competitive and successful, you're complete. If you're not competing well, you're finished. And if your competition is killing you, you're completely finished. That's the ethos of our next panel discussion. How is it that you beat competition with that one unique value proposition? We've got 5 great minds and 1 not so great mind out here to discuss that. A quick introduction for each of you. Carl, first tell us how to mispronounce your name.
Well, my high school principal asked me that question a long time ago. Let's just go with Arndt.
Arndt, okay. Very quickly, what is it that you do? Why is it that you do what you do? And why is it that you feel that competition, as of now, needs that UVP?
I've spent 20 years of a 40-year career serving multinational clients on 3 continents in about 10 industries, first with McKinsey & Company and then with the Boston Consulting Group. I then founded and led 4 entrepreneurial companies in biotech, technology, and in investment. And a couple of years ago, I sort of picked my nose up from the grindstone and said, what's going on in the world, what's happening, and came to the conclusion that India was a particularly attractive marketplace to apply my international business building, entrepreneurial, intellectual capital to working in, to assisting Indian companies with their natural entrepreneurial talent and skills and enormous desire to globalize, to actually globalize. And that's what Spira does.
That sounds very well, but what's the big challenge?
The big strategy is to introduce lessons learned from other industries, bring them to India, and apply them with Indian firms that need those skills in order to globalize their own businesses.
The tough part is the Indians are very poor learners, very poor listeners. They're very argumentative by nature.
My experience has been that Indians are really clever, very intelligent, and very fast off the starting blocks.
You'll do good business in India, right? Okay, Anup, very quickly. Harley-Davidson sounds very good, very glamorous. What's your UVP?
Well, for us, you know, we pride ourselves in delivering the world's best customer experience. For us, it's about transforming the lives of our owners. And I know one of our customers is here on the stage, so he'll hold me accountable for it. But what for us, you know, we really do want to deliver a customer experience that is unique. And those are the unique activities which we align, so I'm looking forward to talking about that more.
You know, this word unique at times is a little overplayed. Experience, changing customers' experience is something we've heard time and again. What is it, that unique value proposition, that makes you beat competition, so to speak?
Sure. Well, for us, you know, we have a few things. I mean, I would say there's 3 very unique things we do specifically here in India. And we thought of this as we were entering the market. You have to look and see where you're playing. You know, we certainly operate in 70 markets around the world, but you have to also understand what the unique value proposition is to the customers you're facing today. And for us, there were really 3 things we wanted to do as we entered the market here. First was about accessibility. You know, the first thing everyone would say to us is we would be too exclusive, too expensive, out of reach for most people. And I think what you have to do is invest in accessibility. And what we did was 3 very specific things. The first thing we did was we brought a full product range from day one. And that's something most companies would not do that are in our space. The second thing we did was we invested right out of the blocks in assembly. CKD operations that were able to bring our price points down by almost 2 lakhs at the entry level. And I think that was very important. And then third, we actually advocated very much for our customers in setting up industry-leading finance partnerships with some leading banks that would give the most accessibility to customers who were buying on finance. And I think those are 3 very specific things we invested in around accessibility. The other thing that we own as a company, and I think anyone who wants to take on unique activities has to decide what territory they want to own. For us, there's 2 territories we own hands down, and that is camaraderie amongst our owners, and second is the opportunity for self-expression amongst our owners. And that comes through customization of your bikes, customization of your experiences, and customization of what you wear when you ride and who you ride with. And the camaraderie comes with bringing people together on a regular basis and investing in that camaraderie so that it does become a unique experience. It does change your life.
Vipul, Dow Chemicals. When you hear the name, unfortunately, it rings a bell. That bell is a bit of a noise. Now, coming as you do from a history which perhaps is not very ceremonious, yet you've been an outstanding company which is growing. So you're a unique case which is fighting history as well as geography.
Right. I think first and foremost you got to understand, I think we are fighting a history which we had never owned, operated, or done anything with it. It's a misconception which people carry. So I think we'll park that, because If you go into that detail, it'll probably take a few hours. But I think just for the audience, I think what you're referring is to the Union Carbide legacy in India, which is Bhopal. People need to understand that we acquired the company 17 years after the actual accident happened. 1989, there was a settlement between Union of India, Union Carbide, and UCIL, which is Union Carbide India Limited. We acquired shares of Union Carbide 12 years after that. 1994, Union Carbide actually divested from UCIL its shares and gave the funds of $90 million to build the hospital. We acquired 7 years after that. So when we acquired, Union Carbide had no assets or liability in the country. In 98, the site actually went in the Madhya Pradesh government. The UCIL even today exists in the country as a different name. So I think that's the history we need to talk. Yes, we're fighting what I call a perception. It's highly emotive issue. As an Indian, as a chemical engineer, I feel for it. What happened shouldn't have happened. I mean, that's the worst industrial example. So having said that, Dow in India has been here since 1954. The actual accident we refer is 84. So we've been around for a long time. I'm actually a homegrown product. I joined Dow in 1988 in Mumbai and had the opportunity to work across the globe. Lived in Asia-Pacific region, Europe, US, Singapore, as Southeast Asia region, and back to India. Half of my career has been at the helm of Dow in India. 1992, first time I became CEO for Dow. We were 10 million, 10 people. Today we are close to $1 billion company in the country with 1,000 employees. So we built our businesses. We built our businesses on a lot of values we bring to our customers, a lot of know-how we bring to our customers, a lot of application, customization, which we do, which I think you talked about it as well from a value proposition standpoint. So I think that's what we do. It's a very different dynamic environment where we are in the country. There is not a single industry you will find where Dow product and services are not used in the country or in the world. That broad-based the company we are talking about. We have 5,000 products range. We are the largest breadth of company in a chemical industry.
What is it that makes you what you are? That's the question. What is it that makes you what you are? What's your unique value proposition?
Our biggest unique value proposition as a company is our DNA of the company. We are a basic chemistry knowledge company. Dow has been around for 115 years. In fact, when you look at Fortune 100 companies today, handful of companies have survived 100 years in its own shape and size. So our basic chemistry know-how. How we apply that chemistry in today's world is very different. But the basic molecule of Dow is ethylene, propylene, and chlorine. And we build the company from there with the application knowledge.
Okay, it's good that you talked about perception because we have Ashwini here. Who better to tell us about perception? Obviously, he's going to tell you what you did wrong. Also because he's driving a Harley, I'm told.
Ride a Harley.
So he's
so
done.
I can vouch for everything that Anup says.
It also tells you that he's done well in life. And of course, he's got this report which he's published, which will be a part of your kit. You must read it. And I want to quote something from this report, which is important. It's Charles Darwin's description of competitiveness when he talks about success in adapting themselves to the environment. Now, my question is it about adapting or about adopting? Because you've got a list of understanding winning strategies which you've got to adopt.
Well, so I won't bore you with the long list, the polls in the folder, so it'll make for an interesting read. Now, responsiveness, and I have a take on the subject of the value proposition, and I'll sort of try to qualify responsiveness. I don't believe in the unique value proposition theory per se, because in a flat world like ours, there is no uniqueness. And even if you find something unique, it gets copied very quickly, so that sort of advantage gets lost. So to build a business around unique value proposition perhaps needs to be relooked at. But if you sort of looked at the theme that comes through, I think it's all about a relevant proposition and then how companies pick what is relevant to their consumers and play that out and accentuate that, making it unique and compelling in that sense. If you think about Harley as a bike is a bike and everybody rides, and there are different powers technology. Maybe there are better technology bikes than the Harley per se. But it's the riding experience that Harley focused on and brought to life in such a wonderful manner, better than anybody else. That's what makes Harley iconic in terms of its experience. Therefore, I think when you talk about responsiveness or adaptiveness, I think it's all about ability to understand what's changing in our world, in the world of our consumers or stakeholders when you look at it in the larger sense, and then how you quickly respond and react and make that relevant and compelling, which is forward-looking rather than being static. Now, you refer to the poll. Interestingly, in the poll, when you think about what creates financial competitiveness out of the top 4 factors, financials actually is number 4. And number 1 is actually what happens in the marketplace. What's your customer responsiveness? What's your customer competitiveness? And then comes what we call character of an organization, which is its basic values of ethics and governance and disclosure. So financials, eventually the poll, what's the poll telling you? That if you ain't responsive in the market, if you're not adapting to the change, then the market's going to change you.
Great. In the same breath, Ganesh, when you talk about, as what Ashwini is saying, that you've got to adapt yourself to the market, you've got to respond, which means if you're working in an environment that's dynamic, like yours, you've got to change yourself. Yet, over a long term, they say that the best way to have a UVP is to be consistent. So you've got a contradiction, something that's oxymoronic, consistency versus change. How do you manage that?
See, first of all, I'd like to say that, I'm not a great believer in adapting yourself to markets, because I am a follower of the C.K. Prahlad theory of opportunity share, that if you can build a market, if you look at the iPods and the iPads, there was no market for an iPod, but they created it and sold the hell out of it and made it happen. To give you a very quick background, we started our company in 2001. 2001 was the worst time in the world to conceptualize a software company, because it was just after the dot-com bust, Osama bin Laden had happened, and so on and so forth. And people said, don't even try it. Or if you must do it, play with the small boys. Go after SMEs and go sell something where you're not competing with the IBMs and the Infosys. And we said, we will break 3 myths. We will only target the Fortune 100s and Fortune 200s. And we will come up with a different point of view and talk a language which will force people to listen. So, just to fast forward, this year we are 13th among the top 2,000 companies in India. We grew faster last year at 52% than any other company in this country. We should be over 2,000 crores, and 80% of our business is Fortune 500. The reason I'm saying this is, if you choose a point of view, to give you just one example, and I could go on, but just one example, when you look at the IT industry in India, you think of millions of people doing programming. And we said we won't do programming. We will build technology which will enable an idea to be conceptualized, converted to a design, and automated in terms of programming. I still remember when we first went and talked to Marks and Spencer about it, the CIO told me, oh yeah, and pigs will fly one day. But the fact of the matter is we could demonstrate time and again that it is possible. Similarly, one last example, you look at strategy. The common wisdom would say strategy is always top-down, the CEO is a visionary, there's a shared vision, etc., etc. In our company, and in fact I have a very young colleague who's from IIT Kharagpur, Indian School of Business, who runs what is called Vision Community in Zensar. Vision Community is a completely bottom-up approach to strategy. We take the brightest minds from the IITs, from the ISBs and the IIMs, and say, you guys come up with a point of view which is different. And believe me, 80% of the success we've got is because of young 20 and 30-year-olds defining strategy and for us to support that strategy.
So basically, you have a strategy in place, and it's different. So you're creating an innovation within your strategy. That's to go democratic, go bottom-up, as well as allow people to grow. So there is a strategy within that entire
absolutely.
strategy.
Yeah. It's just a different strategy.
Right. And of course, pigs fly, but as Pink Floyd concert will always tell you, they're the guys who can do it for you. Very simply, I heard also somebody in the panel before this say a very critical point. That was the essence of not doing, which is as important or perhaps even more important than doing. Now, there are cases where people have refrained from doing certain things, and that's been consistent and served them well to beat competition who made those errors of doing those things. Could you tell us something about that?
If I understand the question correctly, you're posing the notion that not doing a particular thing is as important as doing something else.
That's right. And if you don't do that, you beat competition which actually did those errors. That's what I'm saying.
I guess in my experience around the world and in those dozen or so industries that I've served clients and built my own companies, there's a fairly short list of things you just don't ever do if you're going to be successful, and especially if you're going to build rapport with and credibility with clients and customers. And I think that the core of that message is you just never violate your core values, the things that you bring to the party, the things that you learned at, to be kind of euphemistic about it, your mother's knee. But it's sometimes in an organization which is so dedicated to that notion that it becomes your lifeblood. If you're a U.S. Marine, if you're a priest in the Catholic Church, if you're a young associate at McKinsey & Company, there's just things you just don't ever do to violate those core values. Those core values, in my experience, have always revolved around things like customers and clients first. Always, everything else comes second. And your goal is to build to build a business engine that allows you to deliver sustainable competitive advantage, to use an old hackneyed expression,
right.
That gives or has the potential to concede more value or more value added to your clients or your customers than anybody else, downturn, upturn, or in any situation. And certainly vis-a-vis whatever competition you've articulated or identified against you. So whatever that package of features, quality, service, whatever they are that you've identified that are important for your core targeted client or customer base, less the cost of creating it,
sure,
is that value added. And you just never do anything that's going to compromise your ability to maximize that, not optimize it, maximize it
right,
for your clients and customers. So that's kind of a general response, but I think it gets to the issue.
Yeah, the point taken. Anup, something of your experience with your company in terms of certain things you refrained from doing categorically that was a typical no-no, or some mistakes you made, you learned very quickly and got up on your feet and changed that.
Well, I'll give you a global example. You know, one of the unique things about our market entry into India was this is the first market where Harley-Davidson entered as a wholly owned subsidiary from day one. And I think we all know when you come into any new market and you decide you're going to do a JV, or maybe you're going to find a distributor locally, you're immediately diluting your ability to deliver on what you deliver best in your home market. And I think Harley-Davidson had learned over time that whenever they had found a distributor, there was always some repair that they had to do in that market when it came to their brand or the value proposition. And for India being a very important future market and a very important market where we wanted to set the things right from day one and not choose to find a distributor who was going to undercut the brand and undercut the customer experience, we decided to make all of those investments on the front end. So that's a big lesson learned that changed the strategy, that allowed us to align against the customer experience, which is the unique value proposition we're hoping to deliver.
Of course, making mistakes, learning from them is very important, and doing it quickly is, of course, more important. But certain times, you know, in the history of a company, a life cycle of a company, we feel that the company is making mistakes in the short term. But actually, by persevering with what they're doing, it works out, and in the long term, they're actually doing something that's right. It just evolutes and evolves. Is there something about your company you'd like to tell us?
I think there are a few things. I mean, if you look at the fashions in the early 80s where everybody thought in our verticals, you got to go all the way to the refining. Yeah. And we went into that, and then suddenly you realize you don't have the expertise to compete with the Exxons and the Shells of the world. And you divest quickly out of that. We went into pharma. I mean, little known fact is people don't realize aspirin was invented by Dow Chemical Company. And we went into the pharma. It's the same logic where you do something which it doesn't work.
You said aspirin,
yeah,
which gives us a headache.
Yeah, releases the headache for you. It's a life-saving drug if you're getting a heart attack. So, I mean, it's something which was there. So there are things you do. We also ventured into Dow brands because if you look at application side, I mean, no company can match the application capabilities, whether you're using shampoo for your head, or polish for your shoes, or drinking clean, potable water, or packaging food and keeping food preserved. So we ventured in those aspects of it. Couldn't survive, cut your losses, get out, sold it off to Kimberly-Clark. So I think those are things which we do. We experiment for different models, but I think you end up coming to your core strength.
That's the value learned. I mean, it's all at the core. Ashwini, of course, if there's anybody who knows perception or misperception for that matter, it's you. Now, talk us through experiences when I talk about something you shouldn't do. It's typically you shouldn't get into a position where there's crisis management. So how do you manage a crisis, and how do you manage not getting into a crisis?
I think the oft sort of repeated quote about honesty is the best policy is actually quite true in a crisis. And I think you've seen this across the world today, that people who rapidly accept the fact that they did make a mistake and then make an honest effort to get it right or make amends or make good, eventually come back in favor. Otherwise, given the over-communicated society that we live in and the rapid way information flows today, you can be punished very severely for getting it wrong. And one's not saying or arguing the fact that people don't get it wrong. In a corporation which has 2,000 people to 20,000 people, somebody will make a mistake and things will go wrong. Often my experience has been, because things go wrong, people want to shut it down, people want to hide it, or actually almost deny it, the fact that something's going wrong with them. And when you ignore some things like these over a period of time, these become crises and then absolutely go out in the public domain.
Ganesh, something that you'd like to share with us, something that you didn't work out, you changed, or something you persevered with, irrespective of everybody around you saying you shouldn't be doing this, you shouldn't be democratic, you shouldn't go bottom up, but you still stuck to it and did well.
No, I'd just like to take a point from our industry itself. I mean, as most of you are probably aware, we get beaten up because there are not too many products coming out of India. People say, why are you guys just being services? And it's true that for the many, many years, in fact, I was delighted to hear the Red Bus story here, because only today there are entrepreneurs being very, very focused on what they should do. So to take a point, very long time we had good product entrepreneurs, came up with a great idea. They got kind of carried away by somebody saying, oh, by the way, can you put 40 people and do this service for us, which is $1 million. $1 million looks great if you're an Indian. But I think what is happening today is people are having the conviction that let us stick to the knitting, decide what we want to do, and really stick with it for the next many years. I think if there's part of our success, it's because of being able to say no to multiple opportunities. And your first question, the ability to say no, the ability to say this is not what we want to do, and we'll stay focused, is what creates great companies. And I think a lot of Indian entrepreneurs need to learn from that lesson.
Great. As always, we're out of time. Journalists are never short of words, but well, we've got to be shorter than this time around. Very quickly, I'll ask you for one word which would define your UVP, your proposition, or your ability to beat competition in what you do. Right? I've given you a lot of time to think about it. You don't have time, please. Just one word.
Intellectual capital.
Intellectual capital. Anup.
Throttle.
Sorry?
Throttle.
All right.
Bringing solution to today's needs of the world.
7 words, sir. 1 word.
Solution.
Solution.
Fundamentals.
Fundamentals. Ganesh.
Breakthrough.
All right. So you've got 5 words you can mull over. And perhaps if you imbibe that in your life cycle of your company, you'll do well. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us and being a part of this show. And we'd like Himanshu Jain, MD of CLED, to come and do the honors. Thank you very much, sir. Have you all swapped cards? Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Okay, for those of you who thought that my job is over, it isn't. Sorry, you've got to bear up with me for a little more. Okay, I noticed that perhaps 85% of the populi here would be over the age of 50. Am I wrong? All right, you're not in that half. So, let me ask you another question, one of my favorites. Is it true when you say that the older you get, the richer you get? Is it true that when they say that the older you get, the richer you get? Anybody who disagrees with that? You disagree with that, Vipul. All right, anybody else? Well, the fact of the matter is that the older you get, the richer you get. Because the older you get gold in your teeth, silver in your hair, precious stones in your kidneys, and a huge supply of natural gas. Now, what happens when you get old? The ethos is that you give in, you succumb. But when you get old, you also give back to society. And what is old of old is now the new. And the new ethos is that when you start by giving. And you give back to society what you got from it. You share your values. It's not CSR is not only corporate social responsibility. It's also about CSR. C is in communities, S is in sharing, and R as in reinforcing your products and realigning them to serve those shared values. More on that. Let's have our next panel. Siva Nagarajan, Managing Director of Mother Dairy. My favorite, Bhaskar Chatterjee, DG and CEO of IICA. Niren Chaudhary, President Yum India, another wonderful spokesperson. Pawan Maini, Managing Director, India, CH2M Hill. Manfred Heiberg, Director, Private Sector Development, GIZ. And Shrikant Javalkekar, Managing Director and CEO of MCX. And of course, we have Melissa Scott, consultant of the FSG, to moderate that. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ma'am, for coming over.
thank you for having us here, and this is the last panel of the day. We'll be switching the focus away from pure strategy into the realm of the social sector, into an idea called shared value, and that's how companies can use business strategy, corporate assets, to create social good. So we have a great panel here today to speak of their experiences from a wide array of different backgrounds. I myself, my name is Melissa Scott. I'm here as a consultant from FSG. FSG stands for Foundation Strategy Group, and we're an organization that is part think tank and part management consulting firm that's focused on improving the effectiveness of the social sector. And we were founded about 12 years ago by Professor Michael Porter at Harvard Business School, and we've since grown to have about 100 staff worldwide, and our newest office is here in India. So, as I mentioned, we're here to talk about shared value. We have some great panelists to speak about their experiences. So I'll just let them introduce themselves quickly in their organizations from where they are, and then we'll kick it off.
I'm Srikant Zawalgekar, MD CEO of Multi-Commodity Exchange of India. MCX was set up about 10 years back as an initiative to set up nationwide electronic commodity exchanges. In a span of 10 years, we have now become the second largest exchange in the world. We are second only to now Chicago Mercantile Exchange. And over the last couple of years, in terms of number of contracts traded, we have overtaken exchanges like London Metal Exchange, the Chinese exchanges, the Japanese exchanges, as well as ICE. Basically, yeah.
Good evening. My name is Niren Chaudhary. I work for Yum Restaurants International, which is the world's largest restaurant company, with brands like Pizza Hut, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and Taco Bell.
My name is Bhaskar Chatterjee. I'm the Director General and the CEO of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. Among the verticals that we have are two which are perhaps closest to Professor Porter's heart: corporate governance and corporate social responsibility.
Hi, I'm Nagarajan. I work with Mother Dairy Fruits and Vegetables Private Limited here.
Yeah, good evening. Manfred Tevig from GIZ. We are a public benefit company owned by Government of Germany and are implementing projects of International Cooperation for Sustainable Development since more than 50 years, also here in India.
I am Pavan Maini with CH2M Hill. We are an engineering planning design firm, also known quite significantly for program management, such as the work we've done on the London Olympics.
Great, thanks. Thanks to all of you for being here and welcome. Just to give a bit of background to the audience for those of you who may not be familiar with the concept of shared value. It's a concept that was first written about by Professor Michael Porter and FSG co-founder Mark Kramer back in 2006, and it was further expanded as an idea just last year by the Harvard Business Review. And at the crux of what shared value is looking at how companies can simultaneously create economic value while also solving a social problem. And this is just one of many ways in which companies around the world, as well as in India, engage with society. For example, as you all know, there's a rich history within India of giving back through corporate philanthropy. However, this is different from shared value because this is looked at being very different from business and quite separate. So philanthropy and business were mutually exclusive activities. And this is different from shared value because shared value is looking at them as one and the same. So the corporate philanthropy is looking at how to share value created through your business, whereas shared value is looking at how to actually use your business to solve a social problem. And likewise, another area that we always see in the area of CSR is sustainability. And sustainability is also looking at how to solve social problems, but normally it's not for a business motivation. It's trying to either mitigate some harm or risk and putting money forth, but not expecting to get anything necessarily back. And so these are how these concepts that are known in CSR world today are quite different from what we'll be talking about today in terms of shared value. And this is not to say that shared value is the end-all, be-all, and the only strategy in which companies should employ to engage with society. We actually say that companies should be using a portfolio approach and blending these three different ways to create the ultimate impact. And it's best when these approaches are all woven together on certain areas and using a strategy so that they can have multiplied impact. So we'll see some examples of that today. So just to kick it off in terms of a bit of background, we'll start with a question to Dr. Chatterjee. And given your great perspective of CSR today in India, how do you really see shared value fitting in the evolving role of responsibility today?
When Michael Porter really came up with this idea of shared value, there were 2 or 3 things that were a bit different from the world of CSR that had been thought of. The first thing he said is that companies, in order to share value, must surely create some value. You really can't share unless you have it or create it. What kind of creation? Well, you can create intellectual value, you can create financial value, you can create ethical value. Whatever the value you create, you must share it with whom? Not with other businesses, not with other competitors, not with other corporate giants, but with communities, with the deprived sections of the world, the marginalized, the downtrodden, those who deserve some of the riches that you've taken away from the society that's given it to you. This was actually a takeoff from our earlier guru, C.K. Prahlad, who also believed in the fact that the bottom of the pyramid was not out of sight of our business. By expanding the horizons of our business, it was the bottom of the pyramid that would actually bring in as customers, as stakeholders, as shareholders of our business. And because Michael Porter then developed the idea of shared value, it acquired such universal application. Because businesses for the first time saw that bringing in the so far marginalized people was not just through philanthropy, was not through giving away, not through distributing goodies or charity, but making them part of your business model, developing products and services that were part of your business and yet served the community in which you were operating. That was the exciting new shift in the whole focus and strategy of business. And I'm glad to share the stage today with people who I believe are very much in the business of doing exactly that, creating value, sharing it with the community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so as Dr. Chatterjee pointed out, this is not a relatively new concept. It's been there for ages. Companies have been doing these types of things. This is the first time that we're bringing light to it in such a way. It's been called many different things: inclusive business, sustainability, corporate social responsibility. What we're really calling out here is that you're really blending economic benefit with a social impact. So Manfred, with that in mind, can you speak a bit to what you've seen in terms of successful strategies that have been used by players in this space that set them apart from the rest?
I'll try to make 4 points, and the first one is a bit of a doubt. If you look at the stats here in India, then you come to the conclusion that in the last 20 years, India has got more unequal, and we still have a huge challenge in front of us. Shared value approaches can be and have always been part of a solution, but they are just that, a part. And especially here in India, I think there is a long tradition of shared value. I mean, 1908, Jamshedpur was built, and that was also creating shared value. And of course, we also have examples today that range from, say, in the energy field, the first grid-connected biomass power plant to hospital chains for poor people, which also hints to the role of government that can help to create markets for the private provisioning of public services. And we are, as GIZ, involved, for example, with the Ministry of Labor in the RSBY scheme, which is doing exactly that, creating a market for the provisioning of public services by privates. The shared value concept, I think, relies on one of the 3 drivers of how to make business more responsible, or how to make business being a citizen of this society, a good citizen of this society, which is the business model and the business case. There are also 2 other drivers, which we shouldn't forget. One is the law, the compliance with the law. If I look into our own constitution, Article 14, property entails obligations, and its use shall always also serve the public good. And from mistakes and from problems in the past, sort of we learned to adapt the law so as to guide corporates into a better direction. India has great laws, and it has still a weakness in implementing them. And there are organizations that dedicate their efforts to help to better comply with the law. For example, APC is doing the Disha project in the textile sector, which is doing exactly that. And the second driver that we also should not forget is the one of business leadership and values. And here India is also very special because we have a huge importance of family business. And those families may also stand for values and for leadership, which has to come in here.
Great, thank you. You make an excellent point in terms of responsibility seems to be growing. This has been something woven into the fabric of the business world for a long time, but inequality is rising. And I think this makes the excellent point that no one can do this alone. So governments can't bring this on their shoulders alone, NGOs can't do it alone, and companies certainly can't do it alone. There's a certain degree of collaboration that's required among all these parties to really amplify the types of outcomes that we expect to have, especially in a country such as India that the need is so huge, and bringing anything to scale requires immense collaboration. And I think among all of these parties as well, it really does start with strategy and an intent to have this kind of social impact. So that's the question I'm going to pose to our next two panelists. So if you're starting with something intentionally, how does that link back to your strategy and how do you execute that? So Shrikant, can you please share with us a bit about the dual intentions of MCX in terms of rising the access to markets while also having economic returns?
Yeah, I think this point was already made that unless we create value, we cannot share that value. The other point I would like to make is that we create value for shareholders, which is a part of the value which we create for the society. So it is not that we create value for shareholders and out of that we give something to the society. It is that we create something for the society and as a result we get something which is delivered as a value to the shareholders. So although MCX has been profitable from first year of operations, has been paying dividends, in terms of valuation, it has given fantastic returns. But when we look at what we have done in the process is much bigger than that. What we have done is that we have positively impacted lives of around 27 million people. We have created about 38 hubs and they service about 575 centers, and through post offices, people get pre-harvest, post-harvest advice, they get information on the price. So it is one way of basically making farmers aware of what the price is prevailing in the various markets for their produce. And that information itself empowers them to bargain better because they know what is the price, what is the nationally accepted price for their produce. This is one. The other way we have targeted is we are serving the needs of small and medium enterprises. India is a nation of SMEs and about 16 million registered small and medium enterprises are there. And their biggest risk is the price risk on commodities. If you look at the whole Indian population, actually 60% of Indian population, their daily livelihood is affected by or it is dependent on price of some commodity or the other. It may be a farm produce, it may be a base metal, it may be for jewelers, it may be the price of gold or silver. So what we give them is a price insurance product. And the more awareness we create, the more we educate them, they hedge it more, and in the process, our turnover goes up. And that's how we have reached number 2 in the world. What we do also is that we have, in a year, typically we do 1,000 awareness programs at our own cost, where we don't treat it as a cost, but as an investment for the company. And at our own cost, we will do 1,000 programs every year just to educate farmers, farmers cooperatives, aggregators, small and medium enterprises, and for which we work with various trade associations, farmers cooperatives, and so on. So we believe that, we have introduced products which are relevant to the market, first of all. So Indian jewelers, if they have to hedge, they might need a product which is different from a global product. Globally, gold gets traded in 3 kg bar. In India, we have introduced, say, 100 gram or a 1 kg bar or even an 8 gram coin. And which, if people buy from on this platform, vis-a-vis what they buy from, say, a bank, they save at least more than 1,000 rupees per coin. So in the process, we are creating a lot of value. There are products like mentha oil, where studies have found out that after it was traded on an electronic platform, basically it has introduced a lot of efficiencies in the entire value chain, and around 10 to 15% of the saving is going, which is shared between the producers and the consumers. So because it is an electronic, transparent platform.
So here we have a great story of directly linking through intent and economic value being created, but at the same time social benefit coming. So thank you for sharing your story. And similarly, Naga, could you tell us a little bit about how Mother Dairy was started with having social intent at its core and how that's evolved over the past few decades?
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. We're about a 38-year-old organization, and I think the whole context has been to provide a market, a forward linkage initially for the small farmers. Subsequently, what we have got into is, given the scale of the large metros, we actually have gone about creating village-level organizations, and today we run almost close to 15,000 village or level organizations, each organization with about 40 to 50 small farmers, all of them really supplying about 5 to 6 liters of milk a day. So effectively collecting almost 2 to 2 million liters of milk from these people and transporting it into the cities. Some examples which I believe is really fascinating is, till about 4 years ago, these farmers would have been getting about 14, ranging between 13 to 14 rupees a liter. Today it's moved to about 26, 27 rupees per liter. In fact, a metric which we have for ourselves is that what's the percentage of the consumer rupee that goes back to the farmer? That's a metric in all our management teams' appraisal, so to speak. So we almost push back anywhere between 75 to 76% of the consumer rupee back to the farmer. And that's in milk. We're striving similarly for the fruits and vegetables as well, but we still haven't really developed a good metric for that. We're still in the process. What I thought I would share with you is 2 very recent examples. You know, people know that Western UP, Punjab are all fairly well developed in terms of agriculture and in terms of dairying. We took on a relatively poorer district, which is Sultanpur and in Raebareli, not really big districts from a dairying potential. Over the last 4 years, we've literally tripled the district availability by sheer dint of effort out there. And today, it's becoming a place where people are coming back to set up dairy farms. And the whole economy in the couple of districts have really moved up significantly. Another classic one which is happening as we talk is around the outskirts of Bangalore. We do incidentally also do a lot of exports of fruits and vegetables in a processed form. So we realized that there's a lot of work which we can do with gherkins. And we started working with small farmers again, 1 acre holdings, 3/4 of an acre holdings. The throughput has really moved 4-fold, from 4 tons per acre going up to almost 14 tons per acre. We do similarly work with tomato exports in around that belt. So what happens is these farmers, though small, they tend to get an opportunity towards marketing and also get access to technology. We've brought in Bayer through their entire farm, good agriculture practices to really take it to the smallest level. To me, that's the biggest joy that we get out of the system, in the sense it's part of our ethos, it's part of the way we work in terms of how do we really include the farmers. And our metrics are such that how can you really ensure you're an efficient transfer from the consumer back to the producing end. These are some of the examples that I think we feel proud about.
Great, thank you for sharing those examples. I think they very much illustrate how you've been able to leverage your corporate assets and your experience to not only look at your core business in terms of increasing the efficiency of your value chain, but also improve the livelihood of the farmers, and then later start new lines of business that accomplish those same dual objectives. So thanks for sharing that. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we talked a bit about sustainability and how shared value and sustainability are oftentimes confused. And a lot of times sustainability is looking at how a company can do things proactively to reduce its carbon footprint or mitigate harm or risk. And where shared value intersects with sustainability is when those efforts are done for business motivations. So this can either be in terms of reducing costs or creating a new line of revenue because you've been able to do something in your value chain. So our next panelist, Niran, will talk a bit about his restaurants and how they've been able to successfully improve their value chain and at the same time have a positive impact on the environment.
Yeah, so like I said, I work for Yum Restaurants, which is KFC, Pizza Hut, and Taco Bell. We have crafted our mission and reason to be as growth with a big heart. So growth for our business, for our people, and a big heart to give back to the community of which we're a part of. So we want to have a mindset where our company's DNA is both ambition and compassion. And sustainability is not what we do, but who we are. And we're very intentional about that. And I want to talk to you, give you an example of how we believe sustainability can actually strengthen your business model. And talking about business models, as many of you know, India is a rather unique country where I think best practice business models are unlikely to work. You need next practice business models because you have this unique combination of high input costs and low disposable income on the income side. And high input costs because of infrastructural, supply chain, bottlenecks, and so on. It is my belief that in India, one is likely to get a modest margin and a high asset turnover type of business model. And let me share with you an example on how we are using some sustainability initiatives to strengthen our business model in this regard. So on the margin side, for us, it was an incredible insight that the cost of energy, which is electricity, gas, water, is almost as high as 65 to 70% of our labor cost. It's incredible. It is not like that in most markets in the world. So obviously the cost of just energy is absolutely humongous. And therefore what we decided to do, we've set upon introducing a series of sustainability initiatives on more efficient utilization of electricity, of water, to be able to manage these costs down, through which we'll be able to strengthen our business model. So we're looking at innovative ideas such as how can we use our cooking oil as biodiesel to run our generators. We're looking at new fittings and fixtures in our restaurants to reduce water consumption. We're looking at solar panels, we're looking at LED lighting, we're looking at state-of-the-art air conditioning systems, etc. So what we have done recently is we've put up the first laboratory in Chennai, which is the first green KFC store we've opened a few weeks back, in which we've brought together all the know-how from all over the world and put together about 15 initiatives that can help us become more efficient. And from that lab, we will pick up some key ideas and start implementing them in our future new restaurant builds. And our bold goal is to have at least a 20% reduction in electricity and water consumption by 2015 in our new stores. Therefore, an example on how sustainability can help strengthen your business model.
Great, thank you. Thank you. It's great to see how that innovation is also being spread to other areas and other restaurants. So thanks for sharing that. And last, but certainly not least, we'll hear from Pawan, and he's going to share a bit about the opposite side of the equation with respect to sustainability, and that's how to find new sources of revenue through sustainability efforts. So you can share a bit about that in your water initiatives.
Thank you, Melissa. So one of the main areas that we work is in water. And one of the challenges that we have seen here in India is, especially on the urban water platform, there are very few new initiatives that have come up. There are some cities that have had, for example, PPP initiatives, but it's been very difficult as to how do you structure a model which is sustainable. So what we are in the process of doing right now. We are working on a project where, along with the partnership of the Singapore government and PUB, where we also work significantly, we are working with Delhi Jal Board in terms of trying to come up with a sustainable PPP transaction One of the biggest challenges that there has been on the PPP projects, as has been seen probably, we've got this example that was mentioned earlier today, right outside us over here, for example, on the road sector. How do you structure a transaction such that it is fair to all the stakeholders, but also that there is value for all of those stakeholders? Coming to the water sector, as you all might be aware, for example, those of you here from the Delhi side, that there have been significant increases on the tariff, but has there been a significant increase on the quality side? And what we are trying to structure is a PPP transaction wherein you take into account not just the aspect of what's the capital expenditure going to be on this project, but really look at it through the entire life cycle, but also structure it in a manner such that the price that they're paying is based on the quality of service that is provided to them. This could be akin to something that people might more readily understand with, okay, if your road is not functioning that easily, or if you have long delays at the toll plaza, then actually the price you should pay is lesser. Or, for example, if your water quality that is being delivered to you, or the availability of water is not as it is supposed to be, then there should be mechanisms in place which are actually affecting the concessionaire. And we believe that by providing this more kind of a comprehensive approach and a bit of a different thinking, we can actually establish a framework which can then be used as a template for other such initiatives.
Great, thank you so much. So just to wrap up, I hope you all enjoyed hearing these excellent stories that really illustrate what is the core of shared value. It's very clear that there's great opportunity here for businesses to find new ways to not only generate new areas of business, but to also have a positive impact on society. It's very clear from all these examples that they've started with the intent to have both social impact and to do it in a sustainable way through the business, leveraging core assets, and that you need a clear strategy to be able to execute, scale up, and reach success that is measurable and tangible through these efforts. And the other thing I think that was very clear is you can't do it alone. You have to have partners with governments such as Singapore, NGOs to help you learn the landscape. But when all these things come together, I think it can have a huge potential to really impact not only the future of business in India, but also the social landscape. So let's thank all the panelists for sharing their stories today.
Thank you very much, Melissa. We'd like Ashwini Singla to come up and felicitate our guests. Thank you very much, all the gentlemen. Thank you very much, Melissa. There were three takeaways which I had, in fact, from whatever we discussed. There were three parts to it. First, there was an art, and then there was a part. Do you all understand the difference between art of living and part of living? Ashwini? Do you all understand the difference between art of living and part of living? Part of living. Okay? If you have a wife, it's part of living. Part of living, if you have a wife, wouldn't it? If you have a girlfriend along with a wife, it's the art of living. And Sri Ravi Shankar dislikes me for various reasons. Now, in the context of our discussion, if you're doing well against competition, that's the part of living. But if you're doing well over a sustainable period of time, that's the art of living. And if you're doing well over a long period of time, as well as taking your entire community into cognizance. That's the smart of living. So you've got to adopt point number 3. And on that note, I'd like to introduce and call on stage with great pleasure and honor Pinak Ranjan Chakravarti, Special Secretary, Public Diplomacy Division, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India. It's certainly a pleasure and an honor to have him. We'd like the presentation to be put up, please. Could you have the presentation, please?
Good evening. My name is Pinak Ranjan Chakravarti. I deal with an exciting new area called public diplomacy in the Ministry of External Affairs. And today I'm going to talk to you about, very briefly, leveraging soft power for business and investment. How do we change the slides? Thank you. What is public diplomacy? I think we define it as a framework of activities by which a government seeks to influence public attitudes in a manner that they become supportive of foreign policy objectives and national interests. Simply put, it is the power of attraction of specific attributes of a country and its government's ability to leverage it. This aspect of public diplomacy is not new as a phrase, but has been around for quite some time. But most foreign offices across the world are now reorganizing and recognizing this attribute and putting it into practice. Next slide, please. The definition of soft power or hard power, and what are the choices ahead? In history, in international relations, hard power has played a major role. But in the 21st century, nations are increasingly going to rely on soft power because use of hard power has become more difficult because of our globalized world and interdependence in the economic arena. And public diplomacy seeks to create credible and long-term engagement with influential sections of the public in key constituencies. Public diplomacy also can be embedded in a country's strategy for nation branding to attract investment and market the country as a distinctive and an attractive brand. Next, please. We recognize that the strategic communication domain and soft power projection in the globalized world was changing how we dealt with external publicity. And that is how we reorganized in 2006. And the reliance on soft power was increasing. And public diplomacy had to play a major role in this field, particularly with the rise of the digital tools and web-based social media and internet-enabled mobile phones. Next, please. Does India have an advantage in soft power? We do. We have icons of India, global icons, Gandhi, Nehru, Tagore. We have Indian famous writers in English. We have Indian business leaders. We have Bollywood. We have a multicultural society, a great civilization, history, culture, cuisine, yoga, democracy, IT, and above all, India's open and transparent political system, its strong legal structures, vibrant media, and civil society generates confidence among business communities. Well, Nick Cull, one of the soft power gurus and public diplomacy experts, said this, and I leave it to you to imagine what he meant. Next, please. What have we done in this domain? Next, please. Well, this is our website. We started this some years back, indiandiplomacy.in, and I would recommend that all of you visit it. From there, you can have a fairly good overview of what we are doing. We have special outreach programs. There's a lot of information in it, and it does present a lot of links also that you can use to reach, for example, our Facebook page, where we call it Advancing India's Conversation with the World. And this is very popular. We get a lot of inquiries, we get a lot of hits, and this we answer, and we have several thousands of our followers who watch it every day. And then from there we can go on to the next slide, please. And this is our YouTube channel on Indian diplomacy. We work with Google to put some of our best documentaries onto the YouTube, and we have over now 300, and we get a lot of people, more than 500,000, have already watched these documentaries on YouTube. Next, please. There you are, 350 documentaries, more than 500,000 views, more than 90,000 views in the last 3 months. And most viewers are from developed countries. And the age group of viewers is in the band of 25 to 55, with males making about 72% of this lot. We also do special programs depending on our thrust areas of our diplomacy. This is our website on India-Africa programs, which emerged out of the India-Africa Summit. And on this, we conducted several campaigns which led to competitive, entries from various people all over Africa, particularly the younger lot from universities. And we gave them prizes and brought them to India. And just getting the younger people to talk about and imagine India through these sort of innovative programs. Well, this is the Facebook page, India-Africa Facebook page, so we reach out to thousands and thousands of people in Africa. We have a major aid program in Africa, and this is the way we try to encourage them to come and talk to us. India is on Facebook. This was an innovative little video campaign that we did where people were invited to put in 1-minute clips on India, what they thought of India, what they found attractive about India, and this was also quite successful. And we received more than 300-400 entries. We had a good Bollywood jury to judge it, and it turned out to be pretty successful also. This is our new website on ASEAN India, which has been devised because we are going to have the ASEAN India Summit in December this year, and there are several initiatives and events to highlight this summit. This is the flagging off of the INS Sudarshini, which has already started from Chennai and will visit all the ASEAN ports on the way. And on board, it has a lot of representatives from ASEAN countries. So this is another way of trying to interest them. The captain of this ship blogs every day, and you can read the blog on this site. Again, the Facebook page of ASEAN India. Please carry on. We also do publications, and some of the publications are The Spirit of Enterprise, India, The Timeless Splendor, The Idea of India, Yoga Masters, and I think in some of the kits you will find The Spirit of Enterprise, the book, and also a couple of DVDs that we have produced. We also have a monthly publication. It's called India Perspectives. It is, we produce about 70,000 copies, which goes out in 17 languages all over the world. This is a collage of some of the India perspective issues that, unfortunately, you won't see them much in India because it all goes abroad to various people who subscribe to it. But we do have it online, and in case you have the time, you can browse through it. These are stories about India and what's happening, and just to tell our subscribers and everybody else across the world as to what is happening in India. Thank you very much. We diplomats are usually told that, or a diplomat is sometimes defined saying that he thinks thrice before saying nothing. But then we have to change, and we are adapting. We are conversing with the rest of the world through this medium. And when we joined the government of India, we signed the Official Secrets Act, and which was taken very seriously and still is. And the whole business was conducted on the need-to-know basis. I think we are moving away from it and moving into a domain where we now say there is a need to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful definition of a diplomat which you gave us. Thank you very much. I mean, somebody who thinks a lot and says nothing. It's quite opposite to journalists like us who don't think and say a lot. All right, it's showtime. The big time of the evening today, why we're all gathered to meet, greet, and of course hear Dr. Michael Porter. And to introduce him, none less than Dr. Amit Chaudhary. Amit Kapoor.
Good evening, all of you. Today it's absolutely a proud privilege for me to welcome Mike Porter to come and talk at the Porter Prize event in India. This is the first time when we are doing this event, and this award is named after none other than Professor Michael Porter. In fact, he's one person who does not really need any introduction. In fact, everybody knows him. In fact, we live, we breathe, and we actually use his tools, techniques, and so on and so forth, and actually go through it. In fact, if in one word we have to say it, we can say that Michael Porter is the god of strategy. There's nothing else that we could actually say about him, because he's the person who's actually been at the forefront of creating knowledge, of disseminating the idea of strategy, competitiveness, and creating shared value, value-based healthcare. When you talk about the awards, it's about his seminal work that he has done over the last 30 years, from where we are actually picking it up. So now, in fact, with no further ado, I think we are going to have Mike Porter right here on live on TV with us. So can we have Mike Porter here, please?
Well, thank you, Amit. I'm so proud to be there this evening. I want to welcome all of you to this incredible event, and I want to tell you how deeply honored I am that this event is happening, and how honored I am that my name is associated with this process and with this prize. And I'm only sorry that my duties here at Harvard made it impossible for me to actually be there this first time, but hopefully that will change going into the future. This prize and this whole idea that this event is about is really, to me, it's not just an evening, it's not just a dinner, it's not just an event, it's not just a set of presentations. It's about a transformation in thinking, it's about a transformation in the way the economy of India and business in India operates. India is a country that is now an important part of the world economy. The economy is certainly an emerging economy. It's a growing economy. It's an economy where many of you are making an impact in the world. But the country, for its prosperity to continue to develop, the nature of how companies operate in India needs to continue to evolve. And in particular, historically, we may have been able to be successful because we had advantages in terms of labor cost or access to certain skills or a very large home market. But increasingly, I think what we know is for a country to raise its prosperity over time and for that standard of living to keep going up, we have to shift the nature of competition, the way companies create value. And at the core of that is the idea of strategy. It's not enough just to do the same thing other people are doing better. What we know is that to create unique value, to support a rising standard of living, companies have to move to the next level. And for me, the reason that I'm participating in this prize and so pleased to be involved in this evening and so pleased to be involved going forward is that what I believe we need sort of a transformation in thinking in business about strategy. And so the hope is that the process of this prize and the process we go through to nominate companies and select companies, which is done by you, which is done by Indians, not by me, but that process leads to many ripple effects. It becomes a process that helps companies think differently. It provides knowledge and education and ideas that will help companies do things better. And I'm particularly excited about the shared value dimension to this prize because I think India is a country that is full of societal challenges. As successful as you become, the societal challenges remain. And we need business in India to take the lead in dealing with those challenges. We can't expect or wait for government. And I believe very strongly that business has the capacity to actually solve societal problems rather than just ameliorate those problems. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. So the shared value part of this prize, I think, is also a very important dimension. So what I'd like to do tonight is just take a few minutes and talk a little bit about the core ideas that underlie this prize and this set of prizes. And I'd like to talk a little bit about how those ideas, I think, relate to the situations that your companies are in and that India is in as a nation. And then I'd like to sit back and celebrate this year's first winners. It'll be very exciting for me to see those winners and hear from those winners. And then hopefully later on in the evening we'll have a chance to have some dialogue. But first I'd like to kind of give you the intellectual foundations that hopefully you're going to see manifested in the companies that will be the winners today. Now, the basic idea of strategy is to provide sort of a holistic or overarching view of how a particular company is going to succeed in the marketplace. And I think in thinking about strategy, we have had, I think, a lot of learning over the last 10 or 20 or 30 years. And I think the starting point for that learning is the understanding that strategy reflects really a different perspective than the kind of more typical perspective in most businesses about how to succeed. The most typical perspective that I encounter, and I still encounter this today, is that to win in a business, the challenge for a company is to be the best. To be the best company in their industry. If you're a bank, to be the best bank. If you make consumer products, to be the best retail food chain like Yum Brands, who we heard from tonight. Your job to win in competition, many managers believe, is to be the best. And to be the best, you have to have the best product, you have to have the best service, you have to have the best supply chain. You need to have the best technology, and if you can discover what the best way to compete is, and if you can get there first, then you will succeed. This is the mindset that many managers have about competition and how they think ultimately about strategy. It's a very natural way of thinking. We all want to be the best at what we do. We want to be, we want to win the match. It's a way of thinking that draws from sports, for example. In a sports contest, there's a winner and a loser, and we want to be the winner. And to be the winner, we have to have the best team, or we have to be the best tennis player, or the best cricket player. It's a natural way of thinking about the nature of competition and how to think about succeeding in that competition. But the essential idea of strategy is that that's actually not the right way to think about competition. And in fact, it's a fairly dangerous way. And it's a way of thinking about competition that ultimately leads you often in the wrong direction. Why is that? Well, what we've come to understand is that in in business, in delivering products and services, there's often no best way to compete. What's the best car? Well, there really is no best car. It all depends. It all depends on the customer and the needs of the particular customer that you're trying to serve. The best car for one customer isn't the best car for another customer. What's the best bank? Well, it depends, again, on the need that organization is trying to meet. And in almost every business, there's numerous customers, and they have lots of different needs. So the whole idea that there's one best way to compete is essentially flawed right from the start. But it's even worse than that, because if you lock in on the idea that there's only one way to compete in your business, then you create a competition that actually is, first of all, it's hard to win, because if everybody's going to do the same thing and trying to be the best at doing the same thing, it's very hard for any one company to actually succeed. But in the process, actually the customer isn't well served, because if all companies are moving in the same direction, trying to offer the best product and the best service, have one view of how to compete, then the customer, of course, doesn't get the choice that the customer needs. And of course, customers have many different needs. So the starting point for strategy is to understand that the essential task of strategy is to figure out how to be unique, how to deliver some unique value to the set of customers that you actually choose to serve. Not to try to meet all the needs of every customer. That's impossible. Not to try to figure out one best way of competing, because that doesn't exist, but ultimately to make a choice about how your organization is going to distinguish itself by serving a particular set of customers that you've set out to serve uniquely well. Strategy is about not getting into competition on the same things. The worst error in strategy is where if your competitor is trying to compete on excellent customer service, you decide, well, I'm just going to compete on that same thing. First of all, that's a hard competition to win, but it also does not provide the kind of choice that the customer needs in order to allow each customer to best meet their needs. So it's not good for society either. Strategy is about finding the unique value that your particular organization can meet, not because it's the best value, there is no best, but because it's the way in which you have chosen to compete in your company. And I think if we can all start with this perspective on strategy, then we ultimately are off to a very fast start. And I think many smart business people can then figure out what to do next. But I think most strategies I find kind of fail because they miss this very fundamental point. They miss this very fundamental point. The prizes that we will award tonight are about companies that have pursued uniqueness and pursued choice in a distinctive way in a variety of dimensions. And I think you'll be fascinated by the nature of these choices and in the discussion that we'll have as we go forward. Now, I think it's not only a problem in terms of the foundation of strategic thinking that we see in many organizations, but there's also a problem in how many managers actually define strategy. The word strategy is a complicated word. It means a lot of different things. I have lots of discussions about strategy in many different companies all over the world, and what I find is people often are speaking different languages. And what one person means when they say strategy is different than what another person means when they say strategy. So when we have a team trying to figure out what to do in a marketplace, we often have trouble really getting a clarity of purpose for the organization. I'm showing you here the kind of three most common language problems we see in strategy. Number one, we see a tendency to confuse a strategy with goals. Jack Welch, who's my dear friend and also from Massachusetts, Unfortunately, one of the things he says got people confused on this. He often said, well, my strategy is to be number 1 or number 2 in the industry. Being number 1 or number 2 in the industry is good. That's nice. That's a nice place to be, but that's not a strategy. That's a goal. That's an aspiration. That's where you want to end up. The strategy is what makes you unique so that you could get into that position. And I find in a lot of businesses there's confusion about what's the strategy and what's the goal. So as we think about strategy and as we look at these companies this evening that are going to win this prize, we're going to see companies that understand that strategy is not the goal. Strategy is the positioning of the company in its competition. The second common misunderstanding about strategy is that strategy is confused with a particular action that you think you should take. You see some examples here. My strategy is to internationalize. I hear that all the time. My strategy is to outsource. I hear that all the time. Is that a strategy? No. That's an action step that may get you to a strategy, but the strategy is the unique position that you are going to seek to occupy in serving a particular set of customers. And being international may be a way of taking advantage of your strategy. It may be a way of amplifying your strategy, but it's not a strategy. The strategy is the positioning. But strategy is also not vision. Vision is a motivational statement of purpose for the enterprise. Most companies today have a mission statement or a vision statement. Some even have both these days. And these are aspirational. These talk about, the opportunity the company has, the values the company has. And these are important, but they're not strategy either. The strategy is very specific. It's very concrete. It's about how you're going to have an advantage in meeting a certain set of needs of the set of customers that you've chosen to serve. Strategy is fundamentally about the choices you make as an organization to deliver unique value. Yes, as we'll see later, we have to improve our operational effectiveness. We have to be good at what we do. We have to use the latest machines and the latest technology and the latest software. But ultimately, that's just the price of being in the business. The strategy is the choices we make actually to go beyond just best practice and actually occupy some unique position in the market. And so each of you there that's running a company, this is your essential task as a strategist. You've got a lot of other things to do. Strategy isn't the only thing managers do. Managers have a lot of things they have to do. They have to motivate people, and they have to improve operational effectiveness. But ultimately what we find over and over and over again is that the essence of what allows companies to achieve extraordinary success is usually the capacity to think strategically. And this prize, this set of prizes, is really an effort to see if we can spread this mentality and this mindset even more broadly in India. There's lots of great strategy examples in India. I marvel, at the creativity of much of what many of you are doing. But we need this to spread, because if India is going to raise its prosperity and raise the standard of living, we have to take competition to a higher level. We have to create more value. And to create more value, we have to be more strategic. We can't just work harder. We can't just take advantage of kind of our traditional advantages. We have to move to the next level. We see this in economic development around the world. That when you're a developing country with relatively low cost of labor, you can compete one way. But ultimately, to be prosperous, we have to ultimately move to a higher plane, and that's what the strategy part is all about. And that's the ultimate purpose that really motivates me, and I hope motivates all of you to kind of keep striving to improve our thinking and our learning here, and to spread this mindset more broadly within the country. Now, in developing strategy, there's some really fundamental concepts that I think have been developed over the decades, and many of you, I think, are probably very knowledgeable about those concepts. But I think it's important that we all understand some of these foundational ideas because they underlie, first of all, strategic thinking, and they also underlie some of the critical decisions that were made by the jury this evening when they selected these winners that we're going to hear about in a moment. You know, one critical idea is industry structure. And that industry structure has a fundamental, deep, and relatively stable impact on the average profitability that can be earned in a particular business. And that industry structure is affected by economics, it's affected by government policy, it's affected by a lot of things. But ultimately, industry structure matters. And so, therefore, what we see is that in developing great strategy, not only do you have to adapt, if you will, or respond to the industry structure, but actually many great strategies are rooted in deep insights about actually the nature of industry structure. But even more exciting is that many great strategies are rooted in transformation of industry structure, of actually finding a way to shift the very fundamental nature of competition in the industry to a different basis. And we have a category of the prize that really gets at that. There's many wonderful examples around the world, but many of the great companies have really defined what competition really is in their business. And you know, we're seeing Apple, for example, in its set of industries really reshape the nature of competition and what that competition is on. In other cases, we see technology reshaping the nature of competition, and it's the company that can see that change coming and respond to it with a new positioning, recognizing a new opportunity to create value. That's the company that wins. So every strategist has to be an expert on industry structure. And be constantly understanding how the competitive dynamics of the five forces are continuing to evolve, because they're not static. There's a constant dynamic, and in India there's lots of change here going on. As the regulatory environment evolves, as the country gets more mature and open, this will continue to happen. Industry structure is really a critical part of strategic thinking. And that's recognized in one category of the prizes that we'll award this evening. But you know what we all kind of get particularly excited about in strategy is positioning within the industry. Clearly, we have to adapt to the industry that we're in, but the really fascinating question in strategy is the positioning. How do we find that unique position? How do we create that unique value? How do we animate the choices that will allow us to separate ourselves from the other competitors? And positioning really starts with basic economics. The purpose of positioning is to allow you to either command a higher price, and we call that differentiation. Command a higher price because you're delivering something the customer is willing to pay more for. Or positioning is designed to give you inherently lower cost because you found an inherently more efficient way of serving a need that allows you to offer the customer often a lower price, but actually also make a good profit in the process. Positioning starts with basic economics. You can't have superior performance without either a higher price or a lower cost than your competitor. So the first broad issue in positioning that every company has to confront is, well, what am I trying to do? Am I really trying to drive up the price, or am I really trying to kind of contain the cost? And unless you're pretty clear on how you're getting that superior profitability at the end of the day, you can get lost in just trying to make a lot of small steps to get better. And again, remember I said earlier, operational efficiency is important. You need to keep getting better and better at pretty much everything. But that's not the essence of strategy. The strategy part is not operational effectiveness. That's table stakes. We have to do that. The strategy part is the choice that we make on top of that in order to separate ourselves in delivering value in a different way. Now, those choices that I've been talking about in strategy ultimately exist in the value chain, in how the company chooses to conduct its business. And strategy is about choosing to conduct the business in a different way. Making choices about how to market, how to design, how to produce, how to supply, how to service. You know, all strategy is really rooted in choices you make about the configuration of the value chain. And all advantage, competitive advantage, can be rooted in these choices and in the circumstances that a company has in its value chain. So therefore, strategy it has to be taken beyond the broad concept of strengths and weaknesses. Yes, we have strengths and weaknesses, but ultimately it's much deeper than that. We have a value chain, and we have to conduct those activities. And the question is, how are we making choices about how to do that? That's the essence of what strategy is. It can be made very, very concrete in the context of the particular business. Now, in configuring that value chain and making those choices, again, this critical distinction arises, which is we've got to be operationally effective. When we run our manufacturing facility, we have to run it well. We have to use the latest machines. We have to have good materials handling. We have to organize our production system well. We have to be operationally effective. Operational effectiveness is fundamentally about best practice. There are many best practices that have been invented around the world about how to run a factory or how to run a supply chain or how to operate a sales force. And as a company, one of our critical jobs is to assimilate all those best practices. We have to learn what others have taught us about how to do things well. That is a foundation for strategy. If you're not operationally effective, strategy doesn't matter. If you're not operationally effective, strategy doesn't matter, because you will lose cost and quality, and you will ultimately lose the competitive game. But the counter argument there is that operational effectiveness, although it's a necessity, although it's foundational, is not enough. Because if every company is just implementing the same best practices, then no one is likely to win, or win for more than a week or a month or 6 months. Because with capable competition, everybody's going to get better. And so what our work on strategy suggests, and this is clearer and clearer every day that goes by, is that operational effectiveness isn't usually a competitive advantage. It's strategic choices. It's the clarity of figuring out where you're going to compete and how you particularly are going to add value. Operationally effectiveness is about things that everybody needs to do. Strategy is about the choices about what you particularly will do. And of course, it's hard in organizations to do both, but you have to do both. You have to do both. And you've got to know, you've got to understand where the boundaries are. And companies get so busy improving operational effectiveness that they lose their strategic uniqueness. And that's one of the most common mistakes I see in strategy around the world, even to this day. So let's talk now about strategy. Let's assume that we understand everything so far. Let's assume that we get these critical distinctions. What constitutes a unique strategic position? What are the underlying attributes of a successful strategy? And here I think some of the kind of critical concepts are evident, hopefully, to most of you, but let's just talk about them, because as we look at the categories of the prize that is going to be awarded tonight, we're going to see different dimensions of this reflected in those categories. And so I think it's important for all of us to kind of understand what those dimensions really are all about. Now, the first dimension is something that is already clear from what I've said, which is that the first part of any successful strategy is the company must have a unique value proposition. Now, what's a value proposition? Well, a value proposition is the answer to three broad questions. Number one, of all the customers in our business, which customers are we going to serve? Are we going to serve the big ones, the small ones? Are we going to try to serve them all? What customers are we going to serve? That's choice number one. Choice number two, or question number two, is which needs of the full set of needs of those customers are we in our organization really going to try to meet? Now, if we're going to try to serve a lot of the customers in the industry, we may want to just choose to try to meet some specific needs of those customers. If we're going to home in on a relatively small group of customers, we may want to try to meet all their needs that relate to our product or service. We may want to have a broader set of choices about what we're going to serve. There are lots of different choices here. And then the third question is, at what relative price? Are we going to ask for a premium price? Are we going to ask for a higher price? Are we going to just ask for kind of equal or a parity price? Are we going to offer a discount versus key competitors in the industry? The value proposition is the answer to those three questions. And the strategy thinking says we need a different answer. I mean, if we're going to meet the same needs of the same customers at the same price, then we don't have a strategy. We're just competing on who can do the same thing better, and that's operational effectiveness. So a strategy starts with being willing to make the choice about the value proposition. And there's lots of different choices that different companies can make. And one of the critical concepts of strategy is that strategy is an area where for you to win, someone else doesn't have to lose. See, strategy is fundamentally about not competing on the same thing. Strategy is fundamentally about finding a different way of delivering value, recognizing that every customer is not going to want necessarily that particular kind of value. Strategy is sort of a positive-sum competition. So much of business thinking is about zero-sum competition. I win, you lose. I'm lower cost, you're higher cost. I have better service than you. So much about business thinking is zero-sum competition. So many managers get sucked into that idea, but ultimately that's a competition that's hard to win. And what's also, I think, something that most people don't understand is that's not what we want in society. We don't want customers to have no choice. We want customers to actually have choice. So strategy is about providing that choice and creating a competition on what kind of value does this particular customer want, and can we meet that better than a competitor who's trying to compete in a different way. Now, the second characteristic of a great strategy is a different value chain. If a company conducts its value chain the same way as another company, that's not strategy. That's, again, about operational effectiveness. If you have the same production and the same service and the same marketing and the same branding and the same customer support that your competitor, that's not strategy. Strategy is about making clear choices to conduct the business differently. And it's by conducting the business differently that you get this unique value, that you realize the unique value proposition. Here's a great example of a company that just is extraordinarily successful, and it's called IKEA. It's a furniture retailer. If it isn't in India yet, it'll be there before too long. It's getting global. It's moving into emerging markets. It's a world-class company. It's based in Sweden, and it's in a business that you would think that anybody could imitate anything. It's basically a furniture manufacturer and retailer, and it's a wonderful strategy story because it illustrates some of the really critical ideas in strategy. And IKEA has essentially discovered a set of customers where it can meet their needs uniquely well. It's not trying to serve all customers. Like all good strategies, it's willing to make choice about the customers that they really want to serve. And in their case, it's customers that are sensitive to style, they like design, but they want a low price. They want a low price without cheap. They want a low price but having a really nice quality, well-designed furniture with good materials, but they want it at a low price. And because they're college students or because they're young families. By and large, IKEA's customers live in relatively small spaces by Western standards, for sure. They're college students. They live in a dormitory room. They live in a small apartment. There's a kind of set of customers that IKEA discovered that is quite substantial, but it's not all customers. It's not even half. It's probably not even a third. But they found these customers, and they understood that although they often look different, they're men and women, they're young and old, they're of different, all kinds of differences among them. They had this inherent desire that was similar around the kind of products they really wanted and their ability to pay. And IKEA set out to build a strategy around that value proposition. How could we deliver well-styled, space-efficient furniture with good materials and good quality at a very, very low price point? And in order to do that, though, they couldn't just dream about it. They had to put that into practice in a value chain. And you see on the right-hand side of this slide, there were critical ways in which they ran the business differently than anybody else had ever done, and even today, that anybody does. They've never really been imitated. And this is important to understand that some management thinkers would tell you that it's easy to imitate any strategy. Don't ever believe that. Nobody imitates Apple. Nobody imitates IKEA. Nobody imitates a lot of the really great companies and we'll talk a little bit about that later. Really, the key insight they had at this company is that if they could design furniture so that it was easy to assemble and disassemble in sort of a modular concept, then what they could do is they could ship furniture not as a piece of furniture, but they could ship it in a box where the pieces of the furniture were packaged. And also, instead of delivering the furniture to the customer, the customer could pick up the furniture themselves and take it home because it was in a box. So when you go to IKEA, which I have done many times, and I'll come to that in a minute, you don't buy a piece of furniture. You buy a box. And you put that box in your car and you go home. And then you put it together yourself. And this furniture has been designed to be really, really nice furniture with lovely design and wonderful materials and all that, but it's been designed so that it's easy to put it together yourself. And ultimately, that tremendous saving in logistical cost, both of inbound logistics and getting the product to the customer, that tremendous saving allowed them to get a stunningly low price point for their furniture. So ultimately, the value proposition, to make the value proposition work, they had to redesign the value chain in a way that wasn't appropriate for many customers, but for the need they were trying to meet, this value chain made a lot of sense. And you can see on the slide there's a lot of other choices they made. It's a fascinating example of how in a simple industry, with no advanced technology, apparently, a company has created many, many, many billions of dollars of economic value. Not by, some, breakthrough, or not by doing, finding a miraculous way to be more efficient in production, but by making a clear strategic choice about how they could create unique value and how that would be manifested in a very different way of competing, that's very, very hard to imitate because all other furniture companies operated in a different way. Now, another critical thing about IKEA is that the key idea of strategy is that you're not making choices to be the best. Remember, never say that you want to be the best. Never say that, because if you say that, you get sucked down the path of operational effectiveness. You're making choices to be unique. And IKEA was able to make those choices. That leads to the next key idea in strategy, which is the concept of trade-offs. That the essence of strategy is often best captured in the idea that what's most important in strategy is not what you choose to do, that is important, but what is also very, very important in strategy is what you choose not to do. And let's take the IKEA example. If you go to IKEA, and I'll go back, if you go to IKEA and you want customer service, if you go into their store and you want customer service, you won't find it. They actually have employees in the store and that are wearing the shirt that says IKEA on it. If you see one of those employees and you kind of start looking at them and saying, can you help me? In general, they're going to turn around and run in the other direction as fast as they can. They don't want to help you. That's not their strategy. Because they don't want to have to spend the money to provide extensive customer service on the floor of the store. They don't do that. They made a choice. That's a trade-off. There's some customers that would love customer service. I like customer service. I don't want to figure out where to find something. I'd like somebody to show me where it is. But IKEA said, I'm making a trade-off. I'm not going to have that customer service. Instead, I'm going to have a great website. I'm going to have ticketing. I'm going to have videos on the floor so you can go look at a little video about the product. I'm going to have lots of wonderful information, but I'm not going to have a person there providing service. And because that allows me to save a lot of money, and I can put that money into that lower price and still make a good profit. Because my cost base is sufficiently low. That's a trade-off. And IKEA illustrates another critical idea about strategy, which is the following. And I think this is best illustrated with a personal example from me. I have been to IKEA many times because one of my daughters went to the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, and every time I visited her, almost every time, she asked ahead of time if I could rent an SUV, which is a relatively large vehicle. And the reason she wanted me to rent the SUV is because she wanted to go to IKEA. There's a IKEA store, they're very large stores, fairly near the University of Pennsylvania, maybe 15 or 20 minutes away. And of course, to shop at IKEA, you have to be able to deliver the furniture for yourself. So she needed Dad to get a car so he could drive her there and we could bring the stuff home. So we did that many times. My daughter was the target customer at IKEA. She lived in a dorm room. She's sophisticated young woman. She loved style. She loved design. She didn't need sales help. She went online. She could figure out what she wanted. IKEA spoke to her. I can tell you that I hated almost every minute that I was in IKEA. I didn't like anything about it. I didn't like to have to drive to this giant warehouse. I didn't like to have to, when you go in the checkout line at IKEA, you basically have a big giant shopping basket, and in the shopping basket you have these huge boxes, which are the furniture that you've just bought, that you get yourself. You have to go to the big stall shelves, and you have to literally put these boxes in your shopping cart. They're really heavy, and then you have to take your giant boxes out to your car and back your car up, and then stick the boxes in the car, and then when you get to where you're going, you have to carry the boxes up the stairs, and then you have to do a science project to open the boxes and get the tools out and kind of see if you can figure out how to put this thing together. And I mean, I loved the time with my daughter, and that was like magical. But everything else, I mean, I couldn't imagine liking shopping in that place. There's no circumstance in which I would ever go there. And that is a sign of a good strategy. Because the essence of strategy at one level is the willingness to make some customers unhappy. See? To please my daughter, to meet her needs, they chose not to meet my needs. And they had the courage and the insight to do that. Now, so many companies today get hung up with, we have to please the customer, we do customer surveys, and if anybody complains about anything, our job is to fix it. And don't think that for a minute. That's wrong. Your job as a strategist is to please the customers you've chosen to serve and to basically ignore the rest. And, and by the way, the most customer complaints you're going to get are the people that you encounter that actually don't fit your strategy. Those are the ones that are going to complain. And a good leader needs to understand, wait a minute, I'm not trying to meet their needs, so I just should apologize and say we're sorry, but we're sorry, but the last thing we want to do is change what we do to meet the needs of people that we're not trying to serve. See? But you can see the psychological problem that companies have. You can see why companies don't have strategies. Companies don't have strategies because having strategy is hard. It's much easier just to copy everybody and please everybody and try to make every customer happy and la la la, it's a wonderful world, but ultimately it doesn't lead to a successful company. See, that's the kind of the subtlety here. And so these are some of the core fundamental ideas of strategy that we will see manifested in the material, in the choices we'll see a little bit later. Strategy involves trade-offs, and I won't go through the details here because of time. Strategy involves integrating the choices across the value chain. IKEA makes a set of choices that fit together, a set of manufacturing choices, a set of product choices, a set of design choices that actually reinforce each other. This is what I call an activity system. And of course, strategy involves continuity, consistency over time. There's no way that anybody is going to be persuaded and buy your product or service unless they understand who you are and unless they can figure out that you meet their needs and unless you can actually deliver on your uniqueness. And that comes from continuity. Strategy is not something you can change every year. If you change it every year, you'll fail. It's something you have to have a continuity on, and therefore you have to make a bet. You can't hedge here, and any company that wants to eliminate risk, will never be truly successful. It'll never have a real strategy. And as I said earlier, strategy is about creating a positive sum competition, where your success does not require somebody else's failure, particularly somebody else who's capable and committed, and has resources. You can't get into a game where there can only be one winner. You have to find a positive sum game. And that's challenging. Now, I think there's one more kind of key idea that I want to throw in here in the 10 minutes that I have remaining, which takes us to that last sort of category of the prize, which is the creating shared value part. And I think this relates to the sort of connection between the business and the broader society in which the business is operating. And I think a lot of our kind of work on strategy has really been more on the sort of close-in relationship between a company and its industry. And the historical focus of the work on strategy has really been about economics and industry structure and price and cost and things like that. So, but I think what as time goes on, and certainly in my case as my work broadened and I got more interested in competitiveness of countries and regions, and I did a lot of work on the environment and how to improve environmental performance. As my work evolved, it started to be clearer and clearer to me that when we were thinking about competition, we could actually broaden the territory in which we were thinking. Increasingly, I came to the view that actually it's these societal challenges that are outside of, if you will, conventional thinking about competition that actually were not only important, but also offered a remarkable opportunity for companies to think strategically and also to actually grow businesses even more rapidly than they could otherwise. So what's the basic idea of shared value? Well, I think the basic idea is that in every society, and that's America, and that's India, and that's Botswana, every society has lots of challenges, and we are so aware of those challenges today. All around the world, I think there's a sort of a shared global awareness that there's a lot of challenges. Challenges of health, challenges of the environment, challenges of people not having a decent income, challenges of all kinds of challenges. Of course, we have a tremendous focus on the part of NGOs and governments in trying to address those societal challenges. I think, unfortunately, today, business gets blamed for some of those challenges. I think in many cases unfairly blamed, and therefore what we find is that business is often challenged, severely challenged, with the idea that business has a responsibility to deal with those challenges. And so there's a growing kind of pressure on business to think more broadly about the community and about the society. I think in India you've been ahead of us. I think this is sort of deeply rooted in the psyche of most Indian companies because it's so obvious that there are challenges. And many Indian companies have been very, very community, and society oriented, and that's to your enormous credit. We're waking up, in some of the so-called advanced parts of the world, and I put that in quotation marks because sometimes I think we're, children, and not advanced at all. We're waking up to some of these challenges, and those are becoming very visible to many of our citizens, and particularly to our young people who understand their significance. Now, as companies have tried to, kind of growing over the years, have tried to kind of connect with society, kind of the first approach or the first thinking for doing that is philanthropy, giving money. So the idea here is you run your business, you make money, you take some of that money, and you basically are philanthropic. And you can do that with money, and you can do that with volunteers, and that has been kind of a long tradition in business. It happens in India, it happens in every country. 25 years ago, this was the dominant approach here in America, and companies would give, the best companies would give 5% of their pre-tax profit to societal causes. That was kind of the high watermark. Now that doesn't happen today, but at one time that was kind of the view that if you were really committed and philanthropic, you would give 5% of your pre-tax profits. Now I understand there's a law in India that's starting to ask many of you to donate a certain percentage of your profits. I think that's an understandable law, or approach from government. But and philanthropy is good, and I think we all need to be philanthropic and generous, and we need to, support our communities. The problem with philanthropy is, first of all, that a lot of the corporate philanthropy that I have observed all over the world is, although it's well-meaning, it's not effective. It doesn't really move the needle. Companies give little bits of money to lots of organizations, but it's not clear that any problem is solved. Yes, they're contributing, and that's good, but it's not moving the needle. It's not having massive impact. The other thing is there's just not enough money. If the way to attack these problems is to give money, what we've learned is there's just not enough money. If this is the way we're going to try to solve problems, giving money, then it's just not enough money. Governments don't have enough money. NGOs can't raise enough money. because dealing with a lot of these problems is very expensive. I was with the head of the Rockefeller Foundation a few weeks ago, and she said, we give $1 billion a year, or $500 million a year, or something in between. We give that much money away, but that's not even a tiny little drop in the bucket of any of the major problems that we're interested in: water, environment, hunger, health, poverty. Not even a drop in the bucket. There's just not enough money. This model, we have to do it. It's important. I don't want to be misunderstood. We have to continue to do this, but it's not the answer. It's not the answer. So companies, by and large, have moved beyond simple philanthropy and to what's commonly called corporate social responsibility, and that's about a broader view of the impact of a company in its community, and it includes some philanthropy. Companies need to comply with the law. One of our earlier speakers I was listening in earlier today, the law matters, and companies got to really comply with the law and good ethical standards, and corporate social responsibility has really emphasized that. Companies have to be good citizens in their communities, and that involves philanthropy but other activity, and companies need to be sustainable. They can't destroy the environment to make money today and then ultimately not be able to prosper in the long run. So we got to get away from this kind of short-term thinking. And those are all important points, and corporate social responsibility is good. And most of you in the large companies here have probably moved aggressively in this direction already, and you should keep doing it. Corporate social responsibility, another key idea in corporate social responsibility is to minimize harm. Let's stop doing things that are creating harm that we haven't really paid attention to in the past, whether it's environmental harm or discrimination or whatever kind of harm it is. So let's stop that. And there's lots of measurement schemes now for measuring harm. And companies are being asked to submit, reports and get rated and scored on these kind of things. And that's a big movement on a global basis. Again, I want to emphasize corporate social responsibility is good. It's been a positive step. But once again, the problem is it doesn't solve the problems. It may make the problems a little worse, a little less bad. It definitely helps. But once again, when a company is asked to comply with 35 CSR indicators, and if it's asked to contribute to all these community causes, ultimately at the end of the day, it's very hard for a company to make a big impact. And most companies don't through this mechanism. What we're starting to see now, though, is that there's another chapter here, and that chapter is creating shared value. What's the essential idea here in creating shared value, and how does it relate to these previous approaches, all of which are valid, all of which are appropriate, all of which should be continued? The big essential difference in creating shared value is to attack a societal problem with a business model. That is, in making a profit, rather than view it as a philanthropic donation or something we're doing as a requirement or a responsibility. This is an enormous change in mindset. The idea here is that if we're going to affect society as business, and if we want to do that in a sustainable way, the best way we can do that is to be a business. To find that challenge out there, find a way to meet that challenge, find a value chain, find a set of choices, find a way of efficiently meeting that societal need with a business model. There were some interesting examples that came up in the panel just before this session of companies thinking that way. What if we can get capitalism to address these societal problems? What if we can get capitalism to do it? And I use the word capitalism deliberately because capitalism right now has a bad name among many people in the world. If we can use capitalism, we have some enormous advantages. Number one, it pays for itself. we don't have to give money. It pays for itself. Number two, it's scalable. If we can meet the needs of 1,000 people with capitalism, we can meet the needs of 1 million people and 10 million people, of 20 million people. So the more we can attack societal problems through capitalism, the more we can actually solve the problem. So instead of viewing capitalism as the enemy of societal progress, we must realize that capitalism is the only solution to many of the challenges we face. There's simply not enough money to do it any other way. We can't just keep donating to NGOs. That model alone will not work. We need NGOs, we need philanthropic organizations, by gosh, we need government. But we need to combine those stakeholders in different ways going forward. We need NGOs to see their fundamental role as enabling shared value in companies. We need business to create those markets and market mechanisms that allow companies to create shared value in attacking the problems of nutrition or poverty or health. And the great exciting news is that's happening. We are now seeing a mini revolution all around the world, which is going to turn into a big revolution, where companies are actually rethinking not only their responsibility, but also the opportunities they have through shared value. And this is opening up innovation in unbelievable ways. It is igniting growth prospects that never have thought of before. A great example is pharmaceuticals. We have a pharmaceutical industry that built a strategy for serving a very small number of the people in the world. 400 million maybe. People who were, who could pay high prices, and people who were in conventional, health systems that were well developed. But the problem with that approach of that whole industry was it was missing most of the people in the world. And now we're starting to see pharma companies finally figuring out that they have to create shared value. They have to have a new set of shared value models which allow them to serve much lower income customers efficiently without the benefits of the conventional healthcare delivery systems. And that invention and innovation is flourishing. And you see all this in India because a lot of the shared value innovation now is going on in India. And I think if Indian companies can be leaders in shared value, this is going to create the greatest global opportunity for Indian companies. It's not copying the Western guys. It's not catching up with the Western guys. It's understanding shared value and serving these new needs in these new markets better than anybody else, which is natural to you because of your local circumstances. So these are some of the critical ideas that underlie strategic thinking. Shared value is just the latest development in strategic thinking. Shared value needs to be part of every strategy now. These ideas underlie the choices that you're going to hear about in a moment in terms of the winners of the prize this year. I'm deeply proud of those winners and this whole process and what it could turn into and what it already has turned into. Very grateful to Amit, his team, and all the people that have worked on this. But ultimately, I'm most excited by the prospect that this effort, in some small way, could actually start to shift the thinking and the mindset and the activity of thousands and thousands and thousands of businesses in India. And we could see this country continue to progress and continue to improve its prosperity. That's ultimately, at some deep level, what this is all about. So once again, let me thank you all for participating in this first ever effort. It's always a little risky to go to the first one. You never quite know, what it's going to be, but hopefully this evening and this event and this process will have many follow-on events, and that this first will be the beginning of something exciting and important. So with that, let me thank you for listening. Thank you for being here, and I will look forward with great anticipation to the winners being announced and participate a little bit later on in the evening. Thank you all very much.
Okay, what we're going to do for the sake of continuity, we're going to do our Q&A with Dr. Porter right now, so that, you know, there'll be fresh thoughts in your mind. We'd like you to just quickly identify yourself when you have your question. Make it very brief so that we consider it for everybody else to get in maximum number of questions that we can for Dr. Porter. Right? The ladies across will be holding mics for all of you. Just raise your hands. Yes.
Good evening, Professor Porter. My name is Bharat Joshi. It's been quite some years since you developed the 5 forces model, which we still use and quote often. How relevant do you think it still is? Does it need an updation, or do you think it's still very relevant in our times? On a side note, your colleague, Professor Yoffe, believes in the 6th force of compliments. So your take on that. Thanks.
Well, it's a great question, and it's a question that, of course, as the years go by, you're always motivated to think about ideas and how they need to be evolved and adapted. About a year and a half ago, or 2 years ago now, I did a new version of the 5 Forces article, and it was published in the Harvard Business Review. I can't remember the exact issue and the exact year, but you can easily find it. And one of the purposes of that article was to provide my perspective on the concept and my sort of updating of the concept based on, you know, all that I had learned, because of course I've worked in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of industries since that article was written. I came to the conclusion that the basic framework and the 5 forces themselves were highly robust. There's been massive statistical support for those ideas. There have been a number of candidates for the 6th force. One of them is compliments. Another is government. Another is technology. But I think all of those additional nominations for the 6th force actually aren't correct, because they actually don't capture the essential nature of industry structure. So let me use government as an example. Is government good or bad for profitability in a particular industry? Well, it all depends exactly on what government is doing. Some government steps can actually improve industry structure and profitability. Other steps the government takes, like, for example, opening the market to competition from abroad, can actually reduce or make industry structure more challenging and lower profitability. So the first thing is that just because government does something doesn't mean it's pro-profitability or anti-profitability. It all depends. But even more than that, to evaluate whether government's policy is going to benefit the industry structure or erode it is best understood by seeing how that policy affects one of the 5 forces. So if the policy increases rivalry, then it actually makes industry more challenging. If the policy raises the barriers to entry, then it may make the industry more attractive. So you can see that I came to the conclusion that the actual foundational fundamental forces were the 5. But technology and government, and in some cases complementary products, could affect the 5 forces. And part of doing industry analysis was to see that there are many influences on barriers to entry, many influences on rivalry, many influences on the power of the customer. And ultimately, that was the right way to really understand clearly how competition was evolving. Now, in the high-tech field, there's been a particular fascination with complementary products. I think complementary products can be very, very important. software and hardware work very closely together. But I think if you study this very carefully, you'll come to the conclusion that the complementary product is not itself a force. It's how the complementary product affects the other original forces. And this will be, I'm sure, an unending debate and dialogue. I have it with my students, all the time. Let's continue to think about it. But at least at this moment, given everything I know, I would stick with 5. But I will await. I will await and be very, very excited if somebody actually persuades me that there's a 6. So far, I haven't been persuaded.
This is Srivatsa Krishna. I'm an IAS officer and a former student of Mike. Mike, great to see you again. And thanks for taking us back to Horse 101. And the passion is still alive, as is the Diet Coke. My question is, my question to you is, I've been reading some of your recent research on US competitiveness, and you are in an election year there. My question is, how important is outsourcing, according to you, to US competitiveness? Question 1. And secondly, what is the true investor sentiment and perception today about investing in India? Thanks, Mike.
Well, Srivatsa, it's wonderful to see you over the satellite. And Srivatsa was one of my star students ever. And so pleased to see you, and so pleased to see your continued success. And what a joy, another benefit of this whole process. On the U.S. competitiveness, yes, the Harvard Business School has undertaken a sustained multi-year commitment to studying and then hopefully taking action on U.S. competitiveness. And I have been asked to co-chair that effort because this is a field in which I've worked for many years, although, frankly, I've not been that focused on the U.S. A lot of my work was done, with many other countries around the world. And actually, that fact alone is sort of troubling because it's been very hard for us in the U.S. to focus on this issue of competitiveness. And we frankly, most people don't think it's an issue at all, or haven't until recently. But over the last 4 or 5 years, as we've struggle with the economic downturn and things don't seem to be getting better, it's starting to dawn on people that something fundamental is happening to the U.S. economy. And we've been studying that. Those of you that are interested in this, on the Harvard Business School website, which is hbs.edu, or on my own website at the Institute for Strategy and Competitiveness, isc.hbs.edu, there's some wonderful material, including the entire March issue of the Harvard Business Review was really devoted to this topic of U.S. competitiveness. And now we're on a road show all across America to speak with the business community and speak with government leaders about what needs to be done and what the problems are. Outsourcing has been a prominent discussion in America, in the political campaign. The Democratic Party has attacked outsourcing as as business being unpatriotic to America, of course, Mitt Romney, because he was head of Bain Capital and one of their companies outsourced something, he's been attacked as a guy that destroyed jobs in America. And all I can tell you is this whole discussion makes me want to cry, because it's so far from the point of the problems we're facing in America. In some cases, it's a symptom. In some cases, it's not a problem at all. What we know about outsourcing is that outsourcing is good because it allows companies to better penetrate international markets. Outsourcing is essential of certain functions if you're going to build a global company, and that's good for America. But some outsourcing is a reflection of weaknesses in America. Weaknesses in skills, weaknesses in cost of doing business that are unnecessary weaknesses that we've created ourselves. And it's this part of outsourcing that we need to focus on. And we need to get at the root problem, not blame India or whoever, wherever the outsourcing goes, but actually blame ourselves. Because, if we don't have enough computer engineers, why would we expect companies to, not go to India? Of course we want our companies to be successful. If our companies aren't successful, nothing else will work, So there's a very bad political debate, and I think that I don't think the debate over the next 40 or 50 days is going to change very much, but we are hopefully laying the groundwork so that once this election is behind us, whoever wins will be facing a public, an electorate, and a business community that is going to be very, very focused on dealing with the real problems. And I won't go through a long discussion of all the things that we think need to be done, but please read about it. I think in America there's a view that India is a fundamentally important part of the global economy now. It's a country that will be a major player. That the capability in India and the sophisticated knowledge and skill is very, very high. The capacity for innovation and advancement is great. I think that those perceptions are very clear. I would say there are two other perceptions, though, that are less positive. And I hesitate to say this because I find that every time I say something about India that is not 100% positive, there's at least some Indians who get really mad at me. But I'm your friend. I mean, trust me, I'm your friend. I'm not the enemy. I'm not the bad guy. I'm your friend. I'd say the two things that are bad are, number one, that the business environment in India is not progressing fast enough. That there's still a lot of complexity, a lot of dysfunction, a lack of power still. There's a lot of these chronic issues in the business environment and infrastructure that are just moving quite slowly. And everybody here kind of hopes that they'll move faster. And then related to that, the costs in India are rising very rapidly. The cost of labor, it's not just the labor cost, it's retention, it's the ability, I mean, it's the extra cost that you have to pay to hire and employ a worker in India. The costs are rising and the business environment isn't improving that much. So what that's going to do ultimately is it's making India less of a value proposition as a location. And so, I mean, I have a lot of faith that ultimately India will get there, but you have a very complex political system and a very complex society, and those of you, those of us like me who are friends of India and see India as an enormously important positive force in the world, for a whole variety of reasons, we'd love to see you kind of work through those things a little bit faster. So that's kind of the take, Srivatsa, that I would have right now on the view of India.
Professor Porter, this is perhaps one more face that you will recognize. Bhaskar Chatterjee, Director General and CEO of the Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. You would recall our meeting in June when you had expressed a great deal of interest in the way in which business responsibility and CSR was unfolding in India. I was very happy that at the beginning of your address to us today, you talked about how shared value could be of great use in helping to overcome some of India's chronic societal problems. And my simple question to you is, do you think that corporates, when they do CSR or share value, could actually supplement the governmental efforts, the development efforts that we do on the ground for communities? How could government and corporates really work together hand in hand to accomplish their joint goals?
Well, that's, of course, a fundamental question, and it's so nice to see you and so nice to have a chance to kind of continue this dialogue that we started in June, and I hope I can continue it with you in person in India, sooner rather than later, because as I said earlier, I think India is one of the most interesting laboratories in the world now in terms of shared value. And there's more stuff going on in India, you know, in the food sector and in every other sector, financial services, than almost any other place, you know, put together. So it's a fascinating moment and a fascinating opportunity. You know, I think that there are a lot of shared value things that businesses can do pretty much on their own. We heard earlier about the Yum Brands, you know, store redesign to kind of dramatically improve energy efficiency, you know, of the store. And, you know, government can be asked to build more power plants, or we can take down our energy utilization by 25%, you know. And I would say that if we can get businesses to think really rigorously about that and take down that energy consumption, then, boy, that's a great alternative to just building more power plants and spending more money. We can't solve the problem, you know, just in the conventional, old-fashioned way of building more capacity. You know, we've got to solve the problem partly by dealing with the inherent demand, and that's good for business. If business requires less power, then if you shut off the power, it won't affect business as much, and the cost of that power will ultimately be lower. And so that shared value kind of, you know, that's a wonderful shared value example. And a lot of businesses really didn't focus on that very much. And that's because we've had a relatively narrow view of what the key questions that businesses had to worry about were. And businesses didn't traditionally worry about energy efficiency. They didn't worry about the use of water. They didn't worry about wasting packaging. They didn't worry that much about logistics having an impact. And now they're worrying about those issues, and they're starting to see that their products, if they can rethink their products and their product designs, they can open up new markets and new segments in terms of the population. And all of a sudden, you know, rural markets look much more attractive. Historically, companies have focused just on the cities. Well, rural markets are perhaps more attractive, and ways of serving the urban markets that are more effective are being invented. So this is the promise of shared value. But in order to do this, government is sometimes a necessity. I mean, government's always a necessity because government has to deal with certain public infrastructure investments. Government needs to set the rules. And government, if it sets rules the right way, can encourage shared value. But if it sets rules the wrong way, it can actually eliminate any hope of shared value. So let's take the environment. If government regulates emissions by saying that a company has to use a particular technology to reduce the discharge of its water into the river, then that way of regulating almost inevitably raises costs because the company is going to have to spend money and deal with the discharge by buying new equipment and so forth. But if the government says, look, what we care about is how much you're discharging and the cleanliness of whatever you're discharging, and if you can either discharge stuff that's just as clean as when you got it, or if you can not discharge anything, we're happy. You figure out, business, how to do it. But that second way of regulating creates all kinds of innovation opportunities for recycling and reuse of water, and so you don't discharge anything at all, and all of a sudden you have shared value opportunities. So the way government goes about regulating, command and control regulation, where government tells business what to do, is a disaster for shared value. It's regulation based on outcomes. Here's what we want to achieve that stimulates shared value. And so government has a fundamental role in how it approaches the fundamental task of regulation. There's also infrastructure that is critical. So, you know, if you want to boost the productivity of small farmers in rural areas and help them get more production from their land and capture more value because their products are better quality, that's all great. But if there's no good road to get the products to the market, then all of a sudden you've kind of blunted the opportunity that you've created. So government has to do its job in creating that basic infrastructure in many cases, sort of those platform conditions that are necessary to kind of get the shared value motor running. So that's the way. Those are some ways I would think about the connection between government and shared value creation. And I think the governments of the future that are going to be successful are the governments that can unlock the shared value opportunity in business, because it's so much more powerful than anything government can do. I mean, if you can get a bunch of companies working hard to do sustainable, long-term, scalable model, that's in everybody's interest. And so, can we get government thinking that way? In our country, right now, at this moment in history, it's very hard for our government to support business. That's how sad it is. I mean, politically, it's hard for government to say, oh, business is good. We want to work with business. Because of a lot of misunderstanding and rhetoric and bad political leadership. So think about how tragic that is. Hopefully in India we won't fall into that trap. Hopefully business has a better, perhaps, standing in society in India. I'm not sure. I'm not up to date on this issue, and that's why I need to come over and visit. And we'll continue this discussion then.
Good evening, Professor Porter. This is Ajit Prasad. I'm the dean at one of the IIMs here in India. I'm also a part of your MOC network at Harvard Business School. My question is really related to the kind of work that we've done in corporate social responsibility here in India. And you must have heard that we've got a law in India that requires the public sector to devote 2% of their net profit on CSR activities. And it's very clear what activities they're supposed to do. And also there's a legislation in Parliament pending that the private sector also must subscribe to this under a specified turnover. What are your views on the fact that this CSR legislation may actually encourage state irresponsibility? Is it the job of...
Well, first of all, Ajit, it's very nice to see you. What a pleasure, again, to see a familiar face. For the rest of you in the audience that don't know what MOC is, we have a course that we started teaching at Harvard Business School on competitiveness and economic development and how to move societies towards prosperity. And it started out as a course at Harvard, but with a lot of help from many faculty around the world. The course is now taught in partnership with over 100 other universities on every continent. And in India, we have partnerships with Ajit and also with Amit, our host tonight, and others to teach this material to more and more young people so that there's more diffusion of knowledge about what are the true sources of prosperity and how can we move those forward. And so, Ajit, we're very proud of our relationship with you and with your school, and hopefully many other fruitful things will come out of it. I think the CSR legislation in India is, again, I think I understand where it's coming from. I think given, again, the clarity of the problems that India is facing in many areas, I think government needs help. And government doesn't have the resources. And government, I think a logical solution is to say, okay, we can either tax you higher and take that money and spend it on this stuff, or we could do it this way. And they've chosen to do it this way. Basically this is we want you to take some of your money and invest it in these things that traditionally have been thought of as things that we do as government. And so I can see that. I can see that's a logical deduction in terms of how to get more resources devoted to this. And I think it's a laudable idea for government to see if they can get business involved, more involved in the community. But of course, the question that shared value raises is, how should we get business involved? What's the best way to get business involved? And of course, I've made a case that the best way to get business involved is create conditions so they can get involved as capitalists, not as philanthropists. And now, the only thing that worries me about this legislation is that it will distract or divert attention from these more fundamental ways in which business can enhance society. Because business can kind of check the box and say, oh, I gave my 2%, and I'm done. That would be truly unfortunate. Now, hopefully most businesses won't do that. Let me just take a second to talk about the public enterprises where the law is already passed. See, I think that the central mission of public enterprises should be to create shared value. And creating shared value means you make a profit. But in the process of making that profit, you're really addressing fundamental social needs. And I think that's, if a public enterprise can create shared value, then I feel a lot better about public enterprises. Now, the problem we have with public enterprises today is rather than create shared value, what happens is the public enterprise tends to be distorted by its public nature. It's asked to hire too many people. It's asked to subsidize its products in certain regions, So rather than encourage the public enterprise to create shared value, to come up with new business models to serve the needs of its communities in its field, what we're doing is we're pushing public enterprise away from profitability and away from being rational, efficient capitalist enterprises, and I think that's a bad choice. So I'm particularly concerned that in the public enterprise sector, we don't take them off the hook for shared value. They can't just subsidize, they can't just hire too many people. They need to find business models and ways of operating that actually tackle the fundamental underlying societal challenges in their field, whether it's energy or whether it's health or whether it's whatever the field is. And so the danger in this law is not that it has to be bad, but that if it diverts our attention from the greater opportunity, that would be unfortunate. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good. Well, this is a fascinating topic, and so let me give you kind of two answers. The first answer is that we have to realize that strategy is not rigid, and that you can have continuity and change at the same time. That the first job of any company is to continually improve how it realizes its strategy. And as new technology comes along and as new opportunities come along, you can often pursue the strategy better. You can make it better because of the internet. You can make it better because of new technology that allows you to better track your raw materials. You can do it better. So let's not think that strategy is a set of choices we make today and we never change them. We continually learn about how to do it better. And Apple keeps improving, but its strategy is fundamentally the same. IKEA the furniture store keeps improving, but its strategy is fundamentally consistent. But that it is true that that there are moments when companies have to change their fundamental strategy, and that takes place usually when the value proposition is no longer valid, it's no longer unique, or that technology changes in a way that makes the key trade-offs no longer trade-offs. So, for example, if you were providing good service at a very low price with a conventional bricks and mortar strategy, value chain, and the internet and data, high speed, high bandwidth data transmission became available, all of a sudden you could provide the same level of service, but you could provide it at a dramatically lower cost. So all of a sudden that old value proposition is no longer valid. It's undermined. So when that value proposition is undermined, then you've got to find a new one. And then a new value proposition will require cascading changes in how you operate. And that's the strategy change. You can also sometimes, and technological evolution can produce the same thing. So what you're always trying to understand is my value proposition, continuing to be valid? Am I really unique here? And then secondly, are the trade-offs on which my strategy is based, are those trade-offs continuing to be present? And if you're tracking those two things, you'll start to see fairly quickly, not quickly, but you'll get to see early where things are really starting to affect your fundamental positioning in the market. So you need to create indicators in both of those areas. And as part of your balanced scorecard or whatever things you look at as a leader, you've got to be trading that. So, for example, if you are really trying to provide unique customer service, you need to be surveying customer service all the time. And if you start to see your ability to provide that unique customer service go down, and your scoring is no longer as good as it was, and that's not just because of bad execution, but that's because there's a new technology or a new approach, well, then that gives you a very strong signal that it might be time or the need to reposition. But don't think that this happens all the time. It's not. It doesn't happen quickly. It doesn't happen all the time. I think there's been too much made of change. I mean, yes, there's change. There's always been change. There's always going to be change. But many changes can be easily adapted to in the strategy. It's not very often that this change comes along that requires you to change your whole strategy. And so don't think it's going to happen every day, every week, every month. It's something that's going to happen relatively slowly, but it does happen. So this is the artistry of leadership. It's being able to see the complexity here. See, running a company is like incredibly complex. I mean, there's so many things that matter. And strategy tries to help you kind of draw away from the detailed complexity and kind of have a broader overarching sense for what is the fundamental purpose of this enterprise and how are we trying to win, which then allows you hopefully to process all the complexity and sort it out. And that's one of the many reasons why strategy is so important. If all you're doing is reacting to each little thing, and there's thousands of trends and thousands of things always happening, and if all you're doing is looking at the pieces, it's going to be hard to sort it out. So you've always got to have a sense of the whole. What's my fundamental positioning, and what's the advantage that I'm building, and who are the customers that I'm fundamentally targeting? And if you can stay at that level, I think it's often, ironically, easier to see the discontinuities than if you're down in the weeds, focusing on operations, in the value chain. So I don't know. Hopefully that answer gives you some ways of thinking about this.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think all good things have to come to a close. We really have to move ahead. If we have time, excuse me, please. I think if we have time, we'll actually go ahead with it. Now let's start the next proceeding. I think Mike will have time to really go ahead and do more questions. I hope so. But I think as all good things have come to an end, I think we need to give a standing applause to Mike Porter for really being here. Mike, I've heard you a number of times, but I think today you were absolutely stunning. And it was absolutely a pleasure to really hear you once again and learn from you. Thanks a lot for being my friend, philosopher, and guide, for really doing a lot of things and really progressing the work of competitiveness and strategy. Thanks a lot. So we'll directly move on to the award ceremony right now. So can I welcome Sukumar, please? Sukumar, can we have you here?
Okay, very quickly first, the good news and the bad news. The good news is that the government has come out with a new reform, which says every minister has to work over the weekend. The bad news is, because of that, Jairam Ramesh is not coming. Actually, that's a joke. He wants to watch the India-Australia match. All right, we'd like to call on stage now Sukumar, of course, with him, Mr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, as well as it's an honor to have Mr. Brar here, Mr. D.S. Brar. Amit, we'd like you on stage as well. All right, you had the big time. This is the second big time. We've heard Professor Porter. Well, let's hear what his prizes have to say. We've got the IFC Mint Strategy Awards. There are 12 of them. And the categories, of course, are several, but we're just going to announce these awards the way they are. And then after that, we've got 7 very exclusive Porter Prize Awards. Well, the first award, this is not in any order of proficiency. It, I guess, is an alphabetical order. The first award, the first IFC Mint Strategy Award, goes to Apollo Gleneagles for healthcare. We'd like Rupali Basu, the CEO, to come over and accept the award. And we'd like Rajan Gupta to please come on stage. Professor Gupta, please. All right, I think it's important to call the guests first. So I'd like Mr. Ajit Prasad also to come on stage for the next award. The next award for food and beverage goes to Cargill. And we'd like the CEO, Siraj Chaudhary, to come on stage, please. Mr. Prasad. Do we have Mr. Siraj Chaudhary here? All right, I'd like Mr. Anurag Batra to come on stage for the next award. Thank you, Mr. Gupta, and thank you, Mr. Prasad. All right, our third award for arts, entertainment, and recreation. And this goes to Cinepolis. Milan Seni, the CEO, is requested to come on stage. Our fourth award for industry. This time it's Ingersoll Rand. And we'd like Venkatesh Valuri, the CEO, to please come up and accept the award. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Batra. We'd like Mr. B.V. Rao to come on stage as well for the next award. Mr. Rao. The next award for construction, real estate, and steel. This goes to Mahindra Life Spaces. We'd like Anita Ranjan Das, the CEO, to come on stage, please. Thank you very much, Anita. Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. We'd like Ashwini Singla now to come on stage. And our next award, number 6, for education, training, and educational services. It's metal. And we'd like Tonmoy Shingal to come up and accept the award. Tonmoy, thanks. Ashwini, thanks so much for being here. Thanks, yeah. We'd like Gaurav Mittal to come on stage for the next award. And the next award for tourism and hospitality goes to Orange County. And we'd like Jose Ramachandran to come up and accept the award.
Here's my key, philosophy. A freak like me just needs
Gaurav Mittal in the house. Could we have John Blomquist, please? Is John here? John Blomquist, please, for the next award.
Relax. Take your time. And take your time to trust in me.
All right, the next award for transportation, logistics, and aviation. And this goes to Red Bus, Fanindra Sama, the CEO. The next award for industrial and chemicals goes to Sealed Air, Himanshu Jain. Thank you very much, John, for being with us. Thank you very much, John. We'd like Roger Wright to come on stage, please. Roger. All right. Our next award for finance, banking, and insurance. And this goes to Sidbi, Sushil Manoj. Thanks very much, Roger. Thank you very much. Thanks, Roger. Thank you very much. Could we have Shondeep Das on stage, please? Is Shondeep Das in the house? All right, our next award for food and beverage. And if it's food, it's got to be yum. Niren Chowdhury. Is Niren here? Could I request Mr. Vipul Shah to come on stage, please? And our final award, our final IFC Mint Strategy Award for Information, Media, Telecom and Data Processing goes to Zensa Ganesh Natarajan. Well, that's obviously not Ganesh. Ladies and gentlemen, those were 12 of the IFC Mint Strategy Awards. Now, for the coveted Porter Prize, there are 7 of them, once again, various categories, but we're going to give them as a one corporate house. The first Porter Prize goes to, once again, this is alphabetical order, Bharti Airtel, CEO K. Srinivas. Can I request Mr. Shrikant Javalgekar to come on stage, please, for the next award? All right. The next award, the next Porter Prize goes to HDFC Life, Amitabh Chaudhary. The next award, can I call Wahid on stage, please? Our next Porter Prize goes to, if HDFC is there, ICICI has got to be there. ICICI Lombard, Bhargav Das Gupta. Thank you very much, Wahid. Can I ask John Blomqvist to come on stage again, please? Award number 4, Porter Prize, goes to Mother Dairy, Siva Nagarajan. All right. Porter Prize number 5 goes to Mahindra Finance, Ramesh Iyer. Thank you very much, John. Thank you for being with us. John, thank you very much. We'd like Mr. Vipul Shah to come on stage, please, for the next award. Mr. Shah. All right, the penultimate Porter Prize goes to Make My Trip, Deep Kalra. Now for our final award, I'd like Mr. Roger Wright to come on stage, please. And our final award for health, care and healthcare, Vatsalya, Ashwin Nayak. All right, one final big round of applause for all our winners. Wonderful. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. All right. Could we have all the Porter Prize winners on stage, please? Sorry about that. It'll just help you get more hungry for dinner. That's for a photo op. Thank you very much for the trouble.
have Mike Porter on the back screen, please? Can we have Mike Porter here?
Can we have Professor Mike Porter on the back screen, please? Thanks so much for coming. Thanks.
I would now request Professor Porter to really say a few words, if you would like to share his thoughts on this very interesting day, wherein we have actually been able to celebrate one of the finest 7 enterprises in this country. Quite interestingly, there were 5 Porter Prizes that were fully given. There was 1 Porter Prize on shared value that was actually shared by ICICI Lombard and Mother Dairy. We found in the jury process it was so very difficult to actually say who the winner is, and they have done some exceptional work. Please look at the papers that were given to you, but can I ask Professor Porter to say a few words on this?
Well, thank you, Amit, and what a terrific opportunity to sort of learn about some fascinating companies. I've had a chance to read about them, and one of the things I hope we can all do, all of us here, is actually look at these stories because I think in each of the stories of each of the companies is a kind of wealth of insight into strategic thinking. And I hope that we can use this process to learn about that because it's easy to focus on the prize, but the most important part of this whole process is the insights that we get. It's the learning that we get, and it's the culture that I hope we can build about how to actually win in business in a way that is sustainable, that raises the value that the company can create, and increasingly also creates shared value as well. So all I can say is that I'm proud of all of these companies. I look forward to meeting every one of those CEOs that was there with you this evening, this is kind of a dream come true for me. So Amit, thank you for your leadership, and the jury, I think, has done a marvelous job. I want to emphasize that this prize is about India, and it's done by Indians. And I'm just lending my name to it with great honor and great pride, but there's a terrific jury here. It's a lot of work. It's complicated to make these choices. It's hard to choose, and I congratulate the jury on an excellent job. So Amit, back to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Porter. Thank you so much for those words. One final round of applause for all our winners. And there were about 19 of them. And thank you so much, Professor Porter, for being with us. It's an honor and a privilege, in fact, a pleasure to hear you speak today. Thank you very much. All right, before I call Rohit Bansal on stage to tell us more about the Institute of Competitiveness, I was trying to sum up, what we really heard today from Professor Porter. And I think one essence was to keep constant in a world that has changed. And the world that is changing dramatically and interestingly. Consistency in a changing environment. I devised a theory for that consistency. How do you study it on the various economies of the world? First, you have a traditional economy. It's called the cow theory, the theory of cows. The first thing you have is a traditional economy where you have 2 cows. You sell 1 cow, you trade it for a bull. The bull and the cow, they mate, the herd multiplies, the economy grows, you retire on the income. Right? That's traditional economics. Then you have Indian economics, when you have 2 cows, You sell one cow, retire your debt, and worship the other cow. Then you have Pakistani economics. They have no cows, and they claim all Indian cows are their cows. American economics. They have 2 cows. They sell one cow, milk the other cow 4 times than normal, and profess surprise when the cow drops dead. British economics. They have 2 cows, and they're both mad cows. Italian economics. They have 2 cows. They can't find those cows. They break for lunch. Then you have Chinese economics. You have 2 cows. You sell one cow, use 300 people to milk the other cow, claim full productivity, high benign activity, full employment, and arrest anybody who reports the right figure. It's typical Chinese economics. Then you have the Middle East economics, where you have 2 cows. You ask the Americans and the British to protect those cows. The Americans and the British, they kill those cows, eat those cows, return the bones, say sorry, and promise 2 F-16s in return. And finally, you have the Sri Lankan economics. We have 2 cows, you sell those cows, get 2 bulls. You make one the president, the other the leader of the opposition, and they forget to eat grass and they eat the country. That's the theory of economics, which tells you that how things change over various economies, but you've still got to be consistent in your approach when you compete. Rohit Bansal, our next speaker from the Institute of Competitiveness. Rohit?
I think this is, can you hear me? This is the tribute that a good friend pays to another one, and I owe this to Amit Kapoor to stand between you and a lovely dinner which the Leela would have given you. I'm happy to confirm that Chetan is wrong, at least on one count, that I'm going to speak about the Institute of Competitiveness. I'm not. I think you're more than familiar, and this is hardly the time and occasion. What I would like to do is to spend the next 120 seconds, as opposed to 300 allotted to me, is to tell you that there will be a follow-on that Professor Porter also mentioned. So the follow-on is in the form of a membership of the Institute of Competitiveness in India. Those proud 19 alumni that we see here, some of them proudly displaying their trophies. Congratulations, and you will be invited to be chartered members. Is that right, Amit? So there will be a follow-on letter which will hopefully enlist you to contribute and to therefore benefit. Why should there be a follow-on is obvious enough. I mean, one of my guests who's sitting right at the back, when he saw the case of IKEA being mentioned in the context of Porter taking his daughter in an SUV, just mentioned that, would this fit in India? And when I asked him why is he asking, he said, would all these things which Porter's daughter can pick up and put in his rented SUV work and fit in a Nano? So those are the kind of questions that I suppose this group is going to be invited to address within closed doors. And then, as everything that is possible in today's economy and context has to have a social media context and what happens in conversations outside these rooms. So there will be a connection. The next event of this whole idea of keeping a follow-on and connectivity together is, I'm happy to announce, on November the 5th, when Professor Kremer is going to be enlisted here. And I think one of the important, confessions I have here is that I was soundly disappointed, like most of us here, on seeing Porter via video link. Sorry, Amit, about this, but the fact is it went off pretty beautifully. And the content was pretty rich, and the interactivity gave us hope that we can actually conduct a meaningful conversation for an entire evening without pixelating, without having, freeze frames and so on and so forth. So I think when the club does take a form and shape. It will be a very useful interaction from a conversation perspective, from support which each one of us would generate by talking and listening to each other, and of course a range and raft of events which Institute of Competitiveness plans to unveil, including among others an inclusion process by which certification in this area is also contemplated. And I'm sure there will be soon an announcement on getting, voluntary resources of people like Sunan Sharma and the experience that we have in this room to actually give a strong competition to the IIMs. Thank you very much for your attention, ladies and gentlemen, and I suppose dinner should be served soon enough. Thank you very much.
I'll not come between your dinner. I'll just take about a couple of minutes. A few quick announcements. We are going to have the next Porter Prize ceremony for the year 2013 on September 27. So September 27, 2013, please mark your dates. It's going to be one big evening, and we'll try our best that we should be able to get Professor Porter on ground this time over. In fact, we're trying for getting him in March, but let's see what happens. But I think this has been just one amazing evening, and there are I must also say that we are actually going to be having a very interesting steering committee for the next year cohort of Porter Prize. So all the Porter Prize winners get nominated to the steering committee automatically. I also would like to thank Sunand, who's actually agreed to be on the steering committee, Anu Prakash, who's going to be there. Then, of course, I would request Vipul to be on the steering committee as well. And, of course, Ashwani Singla and Anurag Batra. So it's been one great evening, a great show, and I'm fairly happy and proud that we have actually been able to bring one of the best epitomes of strategy, of how to recognize the Indian corporate and really move ahead in terms of improving, increasing prosperity, and increasing competitiveness of this nation. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Professor Porter, for being with us, and I think we are absolutely proud to have you, or have an award, which is called the Porter Prize, and about strategic acumen in Indian corporates. Thank you.
Guest who's sitting right at the back, when he saw the case of IKEA being mentioned in the context of Porter taking his daughter in an SUV, just mentioned that, would this fit in India? And when I asked him why